6:10 p.m. and I'm calling the special and regular meeting of October 28th, 2024 to order. And I'm going to do this and roll call, please.
Councilmember Bowles. Here. Councilmember Big Stick.
Present.
Councilmember Beer. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Vaterlas.
Here. And I will read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth as the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their tradition, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First People and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. And now Mary Beer will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. And sorry, Sarah, the Tree City one, are they different or the same? Oh, okay, thanks. Okay, now I'm going to read an Arbor Day proclamation. This is a proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition and observation of Arbor Day. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and the holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed at various times throughout the nation and the world and dedicated to the planting of trees in our community in order to support our environment and bolster our quality of life. And whereas on October 24th, 2022, the City of Pacifica adopted a resolution in recognition and observation of Arbor Day on the first Saturday in November to maintain membership in the Tree City USA program and show appreciation to Tree City Pacifica for holding an Arbor Day celebration each year in partnership with the City of Pacifica, who purchases and assists with planting of trees. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, provide habitat for wildlife, and create jobs. And trees and their surrounding soil can sequester carbon for thousands of years, thus helping to mitigate the effects of climate change and contributing to the City of Pacifica's climate action and adaptation plan. And whereas trees can increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas by increasing retail spending, and beautify our community. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper products and wood for homes and businesses, wherever they are planted, they are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the City of Pacifica takes pride in being environmentally sustainable in numerous practices and processes, and in encouraging residents to do the same. Now, therefore, I, Sue Vaterlas, on the behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all of its citizens, do hereby proclaim the first Saturday in November as Arbor Day in the City of Pacifica, and I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And furthermore, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden hearts and promote the well-being of this and future generations. done this 28th day of October, 2024. Go right ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. John Mullins, Interim Public Works Director of Pacifica. I'd like to thank the Tree City Pacifica and their entire team for putting Arbor Day celebration together and their partnership with Pacifica. With our limited budget, limited staffing, having these partnerships with the volunteers, and it's so beneficial to the community. Also, as a longtime resident of Pacifica too, just it's wonderful that we were able to do these programs. In addition to the team, the Tree City team, we also want to thank Scott Leslie, the Director of the Parks, Beach, and Recreation Department, for his support and partnership, and he's playing a key role in this year's program. With that, I'm going to hand it off to Scott and Gail to give you some more details of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council. Scott Leslie, Director of Park, Beach, and Recreation. As part of the recreation team, I get the joy of coming to the community center every single day. I like this part of the proclamation that says it is a source of joy. We're all very excited that these trees are being planted on site. It seems like it's ready for them, right? There's just spaces that just seem natural for these trees to be planted, and we're very appreciative of all the work from Public Works to make that happen. These trees will add greenery to the site and add additional public benefits, including a much-needed windbreak, give some shade to the property, particularly over the skate park, and will boost the aesthetic of the entire community center. We want to thank in advance the hard work of the dedicated Public Works staff as they are preparing for this event. Right now, they're literally getting the spot ready over the next couple days. It showcases the work they do year-round, but it's nice to give them a little spotlight for all the wonderful things that they do. So I'd like to call up a representative of Tree City Pacifica, Paul Toa, and then Gail Benton Shoemaker to say a few words about this exciting event. And then finally, Dr. Williams, the superintendent of Pacifica School District, to talk about some trees that we planted on some local campuses.
Thank you. My name is Paul Tota. I'm speaking on behalf of Tree City Pacifica. First, I want to thank you for all your support for the upcoming November 2nd Arbor Day tree planting at the Pacifica Community Center on this, our 6th annual event. Simply put, we would not have Arbor Day without your support, and we are immensely grateful for your commitment to our environment. As we all know, planting trees is just one way we can mitigate climate change, but it perhaps is the most beautiful way to do so. And it inspires our community to come together to take communal action. Imagine Pacifica 20 years from now, 26 years of planting trees in our urban forest. Imagine how verdant and healthy we will be. I also want to mention that Marge Davis is with us today. She's another core committee member in Tree City Pacifica. We still need a few teams to plant trees on Saturday. And if you would like to plant a tree, please email treecitypacifica@gmail.com. We will begin assigning volunteers to trees in the next few days. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Gail Benton Shoemaker, and I would also like to thank City Council. Pacifica would not be a Tree City USA without your commitment to protect and grow our urban forest. When you approved the tree ordinance, you voted to protect trees by requiring permits for removing and trimming trees throughout Pacifica. The ordinance also stipulates that when large trees are taken down, 2-for-1 replacement trees are planted. It takes a while for young trees to replace the canopy of an established tree. These replacement trees strive to just maintain our current canopy. But what about growing the urban forest? Several of you have suggested that a canopy goal be part of the new climate action plan. Trees sequester carbon and produce oxygen, as it's stated in the proclamation. When they breathe out, we breathe in. We look forward to you approving an aspirational canopy goal in the urban reserve as part of the Climate Action Plan. This will encourage Pacificans to work together to grow the urban forest. And of course, Arbor Day grows the urban forest. When you plant trees on Saturday as City Council members, you'll be demonstrating how it's done. Your commitment to grow the urban forest goes beyond planting the 20 trees on Arbor Day each year at the community celebration. Each year also, the city donates 10 trees to the schools at the Pacifica School District to contribute to the urban forest and educate children about the value of trees. We are lucky to have Dr. Williams, the superintendent of the Pacifica School District, with us so she can speak about the Arbor Day school tree planting events and the Children's Tree Art Contest. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, and honorable City Council members. My name is Dr. Darnice Williams. I am the proud superintendent of Pacifica School District. This year will be the 6th year of celebrating Arbor Day through our partnership with the City of Pacifica and Tree City Pacifica. We are deeply honored to acknowledge the steadfast dedication of all involved in preserving and nurturing our urban forest. It is exciting each year to watch our children as they prepare and they get excited about planting trees. Our teachers rally around them from each of our 6 schools, and they teach wonderful lessons about the values of preserving trees and their important presence in our community. In addition, we have an art contest, and the art contest is so magnificent. We have students who, they run, they draw, they even show me. They come and they say, look how valuable the trees are. Please save our trees. And even when I visit schools, you'll have someone who will nudge me and say, I planted that tree. That is the most wonderful feeling when you see a child or a student smile and they take ownership, not only of their community, but also for sustainability. And so this evening, I'd like to take the opportunity on behalf of Pacifica School District, our wonderful students and our staff, and our Board of Education to say thank you to the City Council members for donating 10 trees every year annually in honor of Arbor Day. And in closing, just a reminder for everyone, as we celebrate Arbor Day this Saturday, let us be reminded of the profound words, "He who plants a tree plants hope. Each tree we plant is a symbol of hope for more sustainability and a resilient future, not only for our community, but for each and every one of our students in Pacifica School District." Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council.
Not all at once. I am disappointed I will not be here for Arbor Day. It's an event that I look forward to every year. Unfortunately, I made plans otherwise. I'll be with my family away from town. But this affords me the opportunity to reflect on the fact that I can breathe. I think Gail mentioned earlier that it's because of trees that we have the capacity for oxygen in our lungs. And breaking it down to simple common denominators, that is the simplest. And that's before sequestering carbon and trying to salvage our atmosphere and maybe make the slightest dent in a climate change that seems to be noticeable from my perspective. But it's an opportunity, first and foremost, merely to give thanks for the breath in at least my lungs, by which perhaps anything exhaled might be of value beyond my own physical presence. So thank you for the work y'all are doing.
Wait, you're not going to be there? Tiger, you're not going to be there? Who is going to dig our hole?
I know. Not me.
Not I.
She's
What?
not going to be there either.
I know. I'm so bummed.
All right.
I will not be able to attend either, and I'm so bummed. But I'm looking forward to seeing a picture on Facebook of the city council team, with hopefully help from others, planting a tree at the community center. And Dr. Williams, thank you so much for your words. I've watched this process unfold at Cabrillo, and I think the thing that I'm most excited about is the trickle effect at our school. 6th grade takes ownership over the tree planting, but I'm here to tell you, 5th grade's coming right up, and they want to help with watering and maintaining. And so it's really exciting to see that process spread out among all of the school. And at our site, the art program was a huge, big deal. So thank you for acknowledging those things. Thank you, Tree City Pacifica. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
Mary?
Yeah, thank you, Tree City Pacifica. For starters, I've learned so much from all of you, and I really, really appreciate that because our tree canopy is so very important. And along the way, especially you, Gail, have taken time to sit with me and to teach me about things that are going on in other cities, and I really, really appreciate that because I'm not a tree expert, right? And so we need our community to help us learn things. So that is what you've done for me. Thank you so much. Dr. Williams, thank you for being here. Thank you for being such a great partner and so many things that I get to do. So personally, I want to thank you. I get to walk out of my classroom at Oceana every day and see the little sprouts that are coming off of the trees that we planted 2 years ago, right? So they're just starting to get because they almost look like sticks, right? Like, oh my gosh, is the tree going to be okay? But now they're like, you can see all of the leaves. It's really beautiful. So thank you.
I love it.
I just want to echo all the wonderful words here, and thank Tree City Pacifica for starting this program, for collaborating with our schools, a wonderful collaboration with Public Works and our park department too. I mean, it's one of the few things that we really do all together as a city, and that's really beautiful. And like you said, inspirational. We're all making a difference. I actually learned, I never knew that you were supposed to unpack the roots when you're planting a tree. And I now have a healthy toy on in my backyard on a hillside because I learned some things. And I've seen the kids' faces when they're waiting to hear who won the awards, and just the excitement there. And Dr. Williams, it's your enthusiasm is really beautiful to see, and I can see that translates into your kids' population. And climate change is such a huge thing, and we think that sometimes it's overwhelming. We can't make a difference, but you're showing these kids that they can, right? That every little bit helps, and that's so important to have hope, like you say, right? That it's not some awful problem that we can't do something about. So thank you. I did have 2 questions. Sorry, I always have questions. At the community center, are any of the proposed plantings in front of the building on Crespi? Because I know that there are plans eventually for a new driveway and drop-off, so I just want to make sure there's nothing conflicting.
We looked at a variety of future projects, and the selection of spaces was based on aesthetics and where we should probably plant them now, because we don't want to plant a tree and then take it out, of course.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
okay. So assuming there aren't any there. And then I've heard that, and I've noticed at Fairmont Park that some of the trees that were planted not long ago are not faring very well. And I don't know if that's been investigated to see if there are things that we can do differently, or maybe it's the 5th graders that we really need sooner.
You need Cabrillo 5th grade to go up there.
It was our first time planting a tree, Christine. We're sorry.
I'm not believing you, no.
We'll do better.
Not even close.
Yeah,
Yeah, we unfortunately, we've heard about that as well, so we're going to do some further investigation on that.
okay, all right.
So, I'm saying it was animals, rodents or something, potentially. So we'll get further. I'll get back to the council on that.
Thank you.
I read the proclamation at the first Arbor Day in Valamar. I remember, and when I was reading this and I went, 2022, no, it was way before that. But that's Tree City, that's a little bit different. And, no, same? Okay. Anyway, so we planted a tree in Valimar, then Oceana.
Sanchez in the library was the second year, because we were in COVID and I couldn't do it.
Oh, I probably.
I remember that.
I
Then,
did Oceana. I went up to see our tree at Fairmont Park, and our tree is doing okay there. It's an ironwood tree, and Mary named it Lorenzo. So it's doing fine
yay.
up there, and it has a lot of leaves on it. And unfortunately, last year I went, but I wasn't able to plant a tree.
Yeah.
So at the Fairway Park. So I always talk about the tree people, but you can find my house by the trees.
Yeah, that's true.
And at Fairway Park, Tiger's little family member, Florence, she named our tree Trina.
Trina, how cute.
Trina.
So cute. Okay, shall we take a photo?
Of course. Absolutely. Trina, how was your Trina?
Yeah, I just. He's talking about the buffer, what I told you, but he just wants to be clear. Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, it's not.
Yeah, don't read it into the record.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
Thank you. See you later.
Well, we have to. I mean, we can't make it unilateral. What? Oh, no, just not, just the additions. Not,
Oh,
the
I have one for Public Works.
exception.
Sarah, should I have done a picture with Public Works too?
Oh, yeah, because John
The
was,
portion that they said is okay,
it's John and,
right?
Yeah.
We're okay?
That,
Okay.
we have to read into the record. Because we're modifying that language, but it's not included also,
Okay.
correct? But the rest of
Our next items are items 1 through 3 on the consent calendar. Are there any council members who would like to pull any items or ask questions about any items on consent? I am seeing none, so would someone like to make a motion? Oh, wait, public comment. Public comment on the trees.
public comment.
Sorry, I'm a little past that, but would anyone from the public like to make a comment about the trees? Okay, I don't see anyone here. Emily, anyone on the phone?
this language is fine. That's the language, that's the only language we're going to add.
No. And sorry, today I was going to make sure everything was correct, but yet again.
I'll do that together.
You're fixing it. It's therefore correct.
It's correct now.
Perfection is aspirational, not attainable.
Thank
Bear
you.
it in mind.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to open the public comment to see if anyone has a comment on the consent agenda.
Their email.
I see no one in the audience. I don't have any cards. Is there anyone on the phone? I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council.
They just raised a hand.
Oh, what? Oh,
One.
We have one raised hand for Jennifer no, never mind.
okay, down. Okay, now, council, no one had anything on the public comments?
I
So-
move that we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you.
I'll
Is there a
second.
second? Please vote.
And the motion was made by Councilmember Bowles and seconded by Councilmember Beer. Consent calendar passes unanimously.
Okay. Sorry, I can't turn the page. Page is not turning. Okay. Sorry, the page wouldn't turn. Public comments not on the posted agenda. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that's not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during the time provided. However, that only items not on the agenda for that meeting will be addressed. Comments on non-agendized items must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. If comments do not address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city will provide you with an initial warning to stay within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. If the warning is not followed, the mayor will direct the city clerk to cut off the microphone. Council members shall not enter into a debate with speakers under public comments on items not on the agenda. A maximum of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker. And currently, I have one card. And that's Anita Reese.
Hello, Anita Reese from the Pacifica Resource Center. Just wanted to give you some updates about PRC in general. And so, as usual, we continue to be open Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 9 to 5, Wednesday, 9 to 7, and Friday, 9 to 1. We are closed for lunch, 12:30 to 1:30, and we are open one Saturday a month. Our next Saturday office hours is Saturday, November 16th. To prep for our Thanksgiving distribution. Our Unhoused on the Coast outreach work, we have outreach hours every day, Monday through Sunday. Monday through Thursday, 10:30 to 7:30. Friday through Sunday is 8:30 to 5 p.m. So if you come across anybody who is unhoused that you think needs help and resources, you can email us at ucoutreach@pacresourcecenter.org, or you can call or text 650-575-4861 or 650-387-4458. Our next client choice, which is a grocery distribution at the American Legion Hall, is on Monday, November 18th. That will also be our Thanksgiving distribution for folks who are signed up for client choice. And then we are enrolling for Thanksgiving right now. We are continuing what we did last year, which is providing gift cards for either Safeway, Grocery Outlet, or Oceana Market. And as I mentioned, the distribution at the American Legion Hall is on November 18th. The distribution on site at PRC will be on November 20th at our new pantry, which is at 2316 Palmetto. As I had shared the last time I was here, we had just opened the new pantry. Our goal had been by October, we would be expanding grocery visits to hopefully twice a month. Unfortunately, we're still at once a month because a lot of the groceries that we were getting for Second Harvest are being reduced. Right now, we get no peanut butter, no tuna, no tomato products or pasta, so we are asking for donations of those kind. And then they just dropped chicken and any other poultry, which was a staple for a long time. So we now get eggs and milk alternating weeks. We get rice and beans alternating weeks. And this all has to do with just the higher increase of needs and the higher costs of food. So for folks who want to help, that's one of the ways they can. And then our Holiday Joy program, we are enrolling families now. Our distribution will be on December 16th. I'll share more information. And then the last thing I wanted to note was that our Pacifica Safe Parking Program evaluation is complete, and we would love to present at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. I have no other yellow cards. Is there anyone on the phone with their hand raised? Okay.
Can I ask Anita? Anita, can you repeat the phone numbers again? Oh, I just want to make sure I have the right ones. Thanks.
And there's actually 2 other phone numbers, but I don't know them yet. So the numbers to call right now are going to be 650-575-4861, and the other is 650-387-4458. And that's for our Unhoused on the Coast outreach staff. You can call or text, and someone will get back to you or go to whatever location you share.
Thank you so much.
1 second, Anita, before you go. Is there anything you need? I think I read somewhere that you're needing gift certificates still, and maybe I missed that in your report.
Yeah, for our Thanksgiving program, we are asking for $30 gift cards for Safeway, Oceana Market, or Grocery Outlet.
Okay.
What we're doing this year, as we've done in the past years, is depending on the household size, they get 30 per 2 people, so that if the larger families get more money.
Got it.
And we're working on getting turkeys. The county is funding additional resources to Second Harvest so that the core agencies can have turkeys, because they were not going to be able to offer those this year either.
Great. Well, I mean, not great that, but great
Yes.
that the county's giving money for that.
Yes. I think it was $2 million
Wow.
to help increase, because Second Harvest is having to make very difficult decisions right now,
Right.
which I totally understand, but unfortunately, it means that our folks, like, we haven't been able to expand to twice a month, and ultimately our goal is to be once a week that folks can shop for free.
Understood.
So,
Okay. Thank you.
I'll ask a question too. Since you're not getting peanut butter and tuna and pasta
And chicken
and chicken,
and
And
tomatoes.
tomato products.
those,
And tomato products.
can people in the public drop off those
Absolutely.
specific items?
Yes. We are working on a wish list so that folks can just literally order and have it delivered to our office. We've set aside money for the first time ever to purchase items on a monthly basis, just to keep the basics on site. But yeah, we have this beautiful new space, big, and it's rarely ever full.
Could you again indicate the address so that people can
Sure.
drop off?
Well, we want them dropped off at 1809 Palmetto, our main
Okay,
office. Just drop
okay.
them off there and we'll get them over. Unless it's a really big, call.
If it's really big, call.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, no other cards from the public. I'll bring it back to council for council communications. Okay. Go ahead.
We've been really busy. That's all I
Yeah.
have.
Tiger.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether or not we were going to do council communications.
Just quickly, council communications.
Sure. Aside from the conference that we all got to, and most of us got to enjoy, the one thing I wanted to say, go vote.
Okay.
Week from tomorrow, voting day. That's the way to keep it going, and that's all it takes. Just vote.
I feel like I have more than just a little. Is that okay?
You can have my
Go ahead.
time. I cede my time to Councilmember Beer.
I don't want all that time. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate you and all of your communication. Even if we're not able to answer you, we are receiving and reading all of the emails. So I just wanted to put a thank you out to the Citizens Climate Lobby San Mateo Youth Council for inviting me to participate in their Make It Real climate rally on October 19th. It was amazing. And just so empowering, and I learned so much in that day. And I brought a 9-year-old with me, and we rode our scooters and had our signs and marched all down through San Mateo. It was an awesome event, and there was really good speakers. But one thing I did want to say is that young people are experiencing climate anxiety, and it's real, right? And so Tree City Pacifica, by creating opportunities to be of service, the Beach Coalition, that's helping our young people ease their climate anxiety because it brings out, like it pushes out the fear if they're being of service. So I really, really appreciate that. There's 2 upcoming events that I want to let you know about. There is on the 1st of November from 4 to 6 p.m. on Zoom, so I can get you the information. I'll give it to Kevin. Youth Leadership Institute and Westmore Social Justice Coalition are holding a town hall to center the importance of the youth vote. So they're going to hear directly about campaigns and engage in meaningful dialogue. Again, Kevin, I'll give you that information so you can put it out to the community. And then on November 16th, the San Mateo County Youth Commission and Peninsula Clean Energy and the San Mateo County Office of Ed are hosting an environmental youth leadership summit. And so I will also give you that information. We can push it out to the public. I participate in the San Mateo County Leadership Council core class. And so we had our training. And I have to say, now I understand why Christine was just so excited all the time last year. Because I didn't understand it then. I was like, oh, okay, Christine, geez. But not in a bad way, but I just couldn't keep up. Yeah. But I'm starting to feel that, and I think that's what they do, is they nurture that drive for collaboration and partnership, and so I really appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank the city for it. Oh, shoot, one more thing.
Yeah.
Thank you for the best Halloween Boo Bash. It was so good. The haunted house was super scary, and our Ghostbusters, I see you back there, Chief. That was the best thing. Yeah, they were great.
I was going to share a few specific things from Cal Cities. I'm still like newer to it, and I just always appreciate all the information and all the different seminars, and then also getting to talk to, people from different cities and what they're experiencing. So there were a lot of updates on, new state laws. The state's very prolific, especially around housing, and it's hard to keep up with. There's more work for us, right, with new ordinances we're going to have to work on in the next year. And one of the things I said is, I think the coast has sort of, bit the bullet. No, that's not the right phrase. We've avoided the bullet this year in terms of density bonus laws in the coastal zone, but basically Wiener and the state's eyes are focused on us, and so we can expect a lot more coming next year. There's new builder's remedy laws that are troubling. There was a presentation from developers, and there was a representative there from Toll Brothers who's working on our Seabowl site, and I talked to them a little bit afterwards also, and hope to follow up about this project. But one of the things they said is, the only projects that are penciling out for developers right now are townhomes. And those are like in the densities of like 18, less than 25 units per acre. And what we've really zoned in our housing element to be able to get the numbers we need are 30 to 60, right? And so those just are even harder to get built now, and the environment of, rising construction costs and loans and so forth. They talked also about like PG&E and how behind they are in infrastructure. And so like if we know that significant new development is coming, the sooner we can tell PG&E so that they can put it into their program for, adding distribution is really important. One of the things I talked about, actually, HCD really looking carefully at, because we've talked about our inclusionary ordinance and maybe revisiting that. And their feeling was that even our 10 to 15% HCD was looking at very carefully in a negative way, because those are impediments to building housing.
Because it's too high.
Because it's too high. So I'm just saying that. I mean, it's obviously, as we start to think about that ordinance, it's important to know that, we're actually doing something that's possible. appreciated your Coastal Cities Working Group update, and yeah, that was really helpful. Yeah, and then there was an interesting meeting about how to conduct better council meetings, and everyone was very aghast that our meetings went as long as they do. That is definitely not normal, so.
Okay, y'all. So we go to this session together. I'm going to talk now. We go to this session together, and Christine leans over to me and she says, I'm going to ask a question about council communications. Do you think that's okay? I go, yeah, sure, go ahead and ask a question. Big room. I mean, like deeper than this, 2 sides. And she said something about using the time during council communications because our meetings routinely begin at 6 or 7 p.m. and routinely go to midnight, literally in the room. Was this response. And I'm all, oh my goodness. So anyway, now that I just took up a whole minute and a half telling you that story, I just want you to know it was a bit of an outlier.
Yeah, but so there's some things that can be learned from that. Let's see, and then Friday I went to the Housing Leadership Council's Housing Leadership Day, which is really a great event with a lot of nonprofits, electeds, financing authorities, people really in the housing world. And I got to chat with our Good City consultants about our housing element progress, and just to let you know that they have been going back and forth with HCD and feel that we're close. They feel good about that, and that they're close to being able to release the EIR. We're coming up on being 2 years behind schedule, which concerns me. The other thing they said, I asked them again about objective design standards, and not the little ones that we've done, but like really what defines these bigger buildings, because all we have in our codes now are for 3-story buildings, and now we can go 5, and with density bonus, even much taller. And he said that those objective design policies that define the envelope of a building are really crucial, and should be a priority, because that's the only control we will have on a lot of these projects. And actually, one of the developers, maybe it was Toll Brothers, said that they actually liked when cities had those, because it gave them clear design pathways, to get to. So just another thing we need to consider working on next year. That's all. Thank you.
I went to lots of those meetings too. And the only meeting I went to that no one else went to, I think, was the Democrats. Oh, yeah. And it was George Dumarat, who is on the Harbor District now, who was on our planning commission prior, and Army Corps of Engineers for many, many years. And he talked about sand and sea level rise. And at first he said, I'm showing a 20-minute video, and everybody kind of went, oh. But it was actually really interesting, the video, and people paid attention to it the entire time. So it was a good meeting. So it was a 1965 video, still works today. Okay. So we're done with council. Oh.
I'm just going to give 2 minutes.
Oh, yes.
Less than 2 minutes on the Coastal Cities Group annual meeting at the League of Cities meeting. It was well attended, and one of the things that was very nice about it was we had cities from the Bayside attend. And that was really helpful because their policy work is with BCDC, Bay Conservation Development Commission. I always hesitate. And so that was really helpful to hear from them. We did an interactive survey of the cities in attendance, asking about, we reported out what happened in the Monterey Coastal Cities Coastal Commission meeting that was focused around the neighborhood approach, and then did an interactive survey asking where cities were with their LCP updates, if they felt there was an appropriate use for, or they could imagine a use for a neighborhood approach in their cities. There was general interest, and a couple of cities reported work that they're already doing, or maybe that was in the local government working group. We heard from Pismo Beach is doing work on this concept. I think that was it, besides a legislative update about the bills that affected housing in the coast, and that things that are coming on the horizon for next year. One of the things that I want to put a pin in that regard, is what you said, Christine, about density and density issues in the coast specifically as they relate to the Sharp Park specific plan. So, because it's almost, for me, it's almost like we were ahead of the state on our ADU ordinance, and then the state came out with guidance that we had, or a law, that we had to amend ours. Same thing here. The Sharp Park specific plan deals primarily with the coastal zone. We've done some stuff in that plan. What impact does density in the coastal zone have on top of what we've already, literally possibly, on top of what we've already done in the Sharp Park specific plan? So I'm just noting that for planning, for city manager, as a future item as we get updates. Thank you.
Sorry, one of the interesting things in the builders meeting was they said, don't put lower limits, because sometimes we just want to build a smaller number, which was so surprising to me. I wrote it down and I looked at it and went, what? A builder wants to build less? But that was one of their topics that they all agreed to.
It had to do with, what kind of profits they can make, right?
Right. So.
Okay, one last thing. On that HC, whatever meeting that you went to, was there information about funding? Because that's a big, right? That's a big piece. That's a huge piece. That's what makes it possible to help developers make these projects pencil. So that's another thing we need to know about.
Okay, staff communications.
Thank you, Mayor Vaterlos and Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, city manager. Just a couple quick communications, and then I'd like to turn it over to City Clerk Coffey to talk about elections information. So I too was at the Cal Cities conference, attended many of the same sessions as council members. One session that I attended that I don't think you were at was related to economic development and land development, and it was part of the presenting staff was Cosmont, which did our economic opportunity study, and that was an informative session. The other item I wanted to mention is now posted on the website is the City of Pacifica citywide accomplishments list that we annually compile, and although it's, I don't know, 10 to, 13 pages of detailed single-space bullets, I do recommend it as a scintillating read, because it really gets into details about all the day-to-day work that the city does. And so it's a great list of accomplishments. It reflects incredible work by the city council, by city staff, and by the committee and commissioners that achieve all this work throughout the year. And it also includes the major, what I call tip of the iceberg accomplishments that are very public and viewable. So I recommend perusing that to the public. And with that, I'll turn it over to City Clerk Coffey to give some of the election center voting details so everyone is aware.
So just as a reminder that we're in election period now, and there will be 3 vote centers open in Pacifica. Currently, there's 1 vote center open right now at St. Peter's Church on 700 Odstead Boulevard. That is a 10-day vote center that is open until 8 p.m. on Election Day. So if somebody needs voting services, not just dropping off their mail-in ballot, you can register to vote on location there and vote conditionally now. And there will be 2 4-day vote centers starting on November 2nd. Those will go through November 5th, which is Election Day, 8 p.m. on November 5th. They're open until, one will be here in this room starting on November 2nd. And we currently, on this location outside, have a 24/7 ballot drop box where you can drop your mail-in ballot into that drop box until 8 p.m. on November 5th. There's also a ballot drop box inside City Hall at 170 Santa Maria Avenue. The entrance is on the parking lot side opposite of the street side on Santa Maria Avenue. Come inside the City Hall building. It's on the first floor in the lobby area. And that ballot drop box is available during business hours for City Hall. There's also a 24/7 outside ballot drop box open now until 8 p.m. on Election Day, November 5th, at the Community Center outside the front entrance at 540 Crespi Drive. And the Community Center will also be a 4-day vote center location starting on November 2nd through 8 p.m. on November 5th, where you can receive election staff will be there to provide election and voting services.
And since I dropped mine off finally today outside here, how often do they pick up those boxes?
They pick up at least every 96 hours, and as it gets closer to Election Day, they'll pick up more frequently every 48 hours, not on the weekends, but they also monitor. They have monitoring where they can monitor how full the box is and may pick up more frequently.
Thank you.
And then also I'd like to just mention, you can drop your ballot in any USPS mailbox as well, so you can mail it in. You don't need to use necessarily a drop box. So any mailbox or any drop box in the county of San Mateo will take them. And your ballots, if you're mailing them, need to be postmarked by Election Day on November 5th. You can sign up online on smcvote.gov to track your ballot, and you can receive a notification by text, email, or phone when your ballot has been received and when your ballot has been counted.
Thank you. Nothing else from staff? Yeah, too many papers. Okay. I have trouble turning pages. Okay, now we're going to go to the public hearing. This is consideration of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica certifying that the revised certification draft local coastal land use plan, LCLUP, with alternative modifications is intended to be carried out in a manner fully in conformity with the California Coastal Act. And it goes on from there. And we have a staff presentation. Kavitha, our interim community development director, once she gets settled, will do a presentation. Would you like to speak first?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. While Ms. Kamar gets set up and we bring the presentation up, let me begin with an introductory comment. I wanted to clarify the documents and attachments that we're working with in this agenda report. So the formatting and what documents are we looking at has always been a question, and so hopefully this clarification will help. The attachment B in the packet is the red line LCLUP. And what that document is the base document is the 2023, October 2023 latest adopted LCLUP from the council. and all of the changes that have occurred since council's adoption of that version are shown in red line track changes in attachment B. I think that's throughout tonight, as we're discussing things and referring to packet pages, it's probably the best document to refer to because it shows all of the changes. We also have the matrix, the summary matrix of changes that we've been using as a tool throughout this process that is attached. And in that summary matrix, it has some track changes in there. The ones that are in red are the most recent ones since the September meeting. And there's also some black track changes in there that are items that council discussed and gave direction on and revised previously. If there's any inconsistencies, we can sort them out, but really if we refer back to attachment B and the red line LCLUP, that's the most consistent document. And there was a question in the track changes attachment B. In the margin of that document, there are some references to some numbers. And those were the major track changes. If you go back to the beginning of this process, those were the major track changes or the major policies that we had identified and included in the summary matrix. So those aren't really relevant to the document so much. Those just connect the track changes document to the summary matrix. So I don't want to overcomplicate things. Really focuses attachment B, the track changes, LCLUP, and we can run through the presentation and take questions and discussion from there.
Can I just ask that we explain what is still green in here? And because, yeah, that's confusing to me too.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Wilson.
What is still green in the table? And I guess, and maybe as planning director, interim planning director, Kavitha makes her presentation, but also to clarify, like, what policies, if any, we're not in agreement with Coastal Commission staff about at this point, because I thought that Stephanie had said we had worked all those things out and we were in agreement now, but there's still, in the green and in the summary, there's still discussion of staff's alternatives to Coastal Commission direction. And I think some of that may be left over, but it's confusing.
So I think the green can be disregarded. Green was used as some of the major items that we had previously identified. I don't think you need to worry about the green. All of the track changes recommendations that are in this document, at this point in time, we are, staff and Coastal Commission staff are in agreement about those. So I think we have one clarification we need to make about one policy tonight. And so, you know, that's the sort of baseline for council's discussion.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Kavitha Kumar, the interim part-time community development director for the city. Due to recent staff departures, I've stepped in to present the final very few modifications on the LCLUP update for your consideration and approval tonight. Just a brief overview of the LCLUP policies, of the LCLUP itself. I know you've heard this before, just want to set the stage. The LCLUP will be applicable only in the coastal zone. This has two parts to it. The local coastal program has two parts, the LCLUP, which is under consideration tonight, and an implementation plan. And these require to be certified by the Coastal Commission, California Coastal Commission. Why are we updating this plan? This is something we want to just stress on so we can frame what we are doing tonight, an important decision that is going to be taken tonight, hopefully. This is currently the 1980 LCLUP is currently what we are using and is no longer adequate for Pacifica's needs. Without an updated plan, the 1980 LCLUP remains in effect and does not reflect the community's needs, doesn't acknowledge or respond to climate change and sea level rise and other issues, and is inconsistent and has many inconsistencies with the 2040 general plan. There are multiple benefits to updating our LCLUP as proposed, including we would have access to updated and accurate maps, consistency with our 2040 general plan, certification of the Sharp Park specific plan, which is on hold, and also development of some stalled projects. A handful of projects are being processed which are consistent with the 2040 general plan and the LCLUP update, but are inconsistent with the 1980 LCLUP land use designations and are on hold. Modernized policies to guide future development, enhanced environmental protections, and improved economic development and housing policies, and finally, additional access to grant funding for projects that are critical for the city. Also, updating the plan implements the City Council's goals as stated in this slide. Community engagement has been a significant component of the LCLUP update process, particularly in the latest phase that occurred in 2023 and 2024. The City Council has expanded the original 3-meeting community engagement plan to more than 10 meetings to discuss the alternative modifications. As we know, this is meeting number 11, and staff has strived hard to resolve all issues and questions raised by the public and council members. This has been an ongoing effort for 15 years. It started in 2009, and we are in the process of updating the 44-year-old current LCLUP. Staff has responded to over 300 written comments and questions that have been received in this duration, and also has created case studies to document and illustrate draft policies. The focus of tonight's meeting is twofold: reviewing the alternative modifications in response to Council's direction from the September 17, 2024 meeting, and reviewing alternative modifications resulting from city staff's meetings with the Coastal Commission staff and staff from the North Coast County Water District. At this stage, I also want to go through the attachments that have been presented in the staff report to reiterate what Kevin said, just so that we are all clear. I'll just go through the attachments that are on packet page 241. Attachment A is a draft resolution for the adoption of the LCLUP update. Attachment B is the revised red line draft LCLUP that includes all staff recommended proposed changes. The attached red line LCLUP, which is attachment B, includes all proposed changes that staff is recommending the council adopt in the updated plan. The red lines show the changes to the version of the LCLUP that was last approved by the council in October 2023. Attachment C is the council-approved LCLUP in October 2023, which is self-explanatory. It has no red lines. Attachment D is a summary table with the alternative modifications, and like Kevin explained, this was included just because it's been a practice over the several meetings, and at this time is not very useful because the two attachments I just described show where we started and where we are currently with all the modifications redlined. And just for, because this question did come up, the summary table includes a few red lines and black line track changes showing new alternative modifications in response to all of Council's direction from September 17 meeting. Just to differentiate the colors, the black track changes reflect recent changes to the document, including any edits that were made after the 9/17 meeting and meeting with North Coast County Water District. And the red track changes are edits following these coordination meetings that staff had with Coastal Commission on October 14th. Attachment E is a separate attachment just responding to the comments we received from the North Coast County Water District requesting modifications. And finally, attachment F is public comments. Again, the focus of tonight's meeting is mainly these 4 items. The modified risk disclosure, which is CRI 21. This number has been changed over time, and so the current number that's shown is CRI 21. Number 2, substantial structural modifications, which is CRI 25. ESHA buffers, this was something that we are adding, as Kevin mentioned, was not part of the staff report, but this was something that, that we've been working with the Coastal Commission in the last couple of days. These are policies ERI 1 and ERI 24. And finally, other considerations are description of the importance of special shoreline resiliency area policies to the LCLUP. So the first item we would like to go over is the modified risk disclosure. Based on the comments we received from the City Council and the public, city staff corresponded with the Coastal Commission and recommended that the city be allowed to use the Del Norte County risk disclosure, and with the discussions with the Coastal Commission, staff has recommended the modified risk disclosure. This can
Excuse me,
yeah.
Is it possible, City Clerk Coffey, to blow this up bigger, like, so that we can, I presume you're going to go through it a little bit?
Yeah.
Because it's really, really tiny and super hard to read the way that that slide turned out. Thank you. Is that better?
It's much better.
A little bit better over there? Okay, thanks. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Thank you.
And what page is this on?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Sorry, packet page 237.
I think we're going to need a lot of packet page numbers tonight.
Okay, sure.
For sure.
Yeah, thank you. I'll make sure I refer to them.
It is in the staff report. Verbatim.
Yeah, it is in package 237, packet page. And again,
I'm sorry, the old policy is not anywhere in the staff report, right? That was sent to us recently. The incorrect one was in the staff report. That was just a duplicate of this one.
yeah.
So if anybody in the public or council wants to compare the two, that's not in here.
I believe it's in a link.
Actually, the old one is provided in the response to council questions available to the public and the council.
Okay, so it's on our website. The public could pull it up if they wanted to. Maybe.
And I have included it in the slide here, and I can blow that up if we need to look at it. That's the next slide. Let's see. Yeah. So it is the next slide, Council Member Bowles. I do have the one that was discussed on September 17th.
Okay, great.
If we need to look at it.
And Councilmember Bowles, it is attached in a link in the staff report with the September 17th agenda materials in it, staff report. It is in that. So they can access it through this agenda report.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, the link to that staff report is on packet page 236. Emily? Blow it up again. How do you blow that up? Oh, sorry. City Clerk, can you please blow that up again? Sorry. Thank you. So the council and public have made various comments about the complicated language and requirements in the coastal hazard risk disclosure. As a result of that, these continued concerns, city staff has met with the Coastal Commission to discuss, among other things, policy CRI 21, and has made some changes. And what you see in front of you is we started off with the Del Norte County risk disclosure, and Coastal Commission and staff has made these changes, and I'll go through them briefly. Would it be easier for you to ask any questions, or how should I go about this?
I think it's important. This is such a pivotal policy. I think it would be important to go through it for the benefit of the public. We've had more looks at it, perhaps, than they have.
Sure.
Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, correct.
So I'm just going to start reading it as it is supposed to be, and then I will stop to explain if there are any questions. CRI 21, Coastal Hazard Risk Disclosure. As a condition of the coastal permit approval for new development in coastal vulnerability zones and tsunami inundation zones, figure 6.2, applicants shall be required to acknowledge and agree, and private applicants must also record deed restriction on the property to acknowledge and agree with the following. Number one, that the development is located in an area subject to current or reasonably foreseeable future coastal hazards. Number two, that the permittee assumes the risk of injury and damage from such coastal hazards in connection with the permitted development. Number three, that the permittee unconditionally waives any claims of damage or liability against the City of Pacifica and the Coastal Commission if the permit is appealed, its officers, agents, and employees for injury or damage from such coastal hazards. Number four, that the permittee indemnifies and holds harmless the City of Pacifica and the Coastal Commission if the permit is appealed, its officers, agents, and employees with respect to approval of the project against any and all liability claims, demands damage costs, in parentheses, including costs and fees incurred in defense of such claims, expenses and amounts paid in settlement arising from any injury or damage due to such coastal hazards. Number five, that the permittee waives any right that might exist under applicable law for shoreline protection structures for the duration of the permitted development is present on the property. Number six, that sea level rise should render it difficult or impossible to provide services to the site, for example, maintenance of roadways, utilities, sewage, or water systems, thereby constraining allowed use of the site or rendering it inoperable or uninhabitable. Number seven, that the boundary between public lands, tide lands, and private lands may shift with rising seas. The structure may eventually be located on lands impressed with the public trust interest. The approval does not permit development to be located on such lands. Any development that comes to be located on such lands must be removed unless the Coastal Commission determines that the encroachment is legally permissible pursuant to the Coastal Act and authorizes it to remain and any future encroachment would also be subject to the State Lands Commission, in parentheses, or any other trustee agencies, leasing approval. And number 8, that the structure may be required to be removed or relocated and the site restored at the property owner's expense if it becomes unsafe for occupancy or use due to coastal hazards, including, as outlined above, when coastal hazards would necessitate construction of a shoreline protection structure to ensure safe occupancy of the development, and/or as part of the shoreline protection structure, repair maintenance if the development triggers identified in the LCLUP and implementing programs, and/or as identified by the term and conditions of the CDP. So this is the recommended modified risk disclosure that staff is recommending to be included in the LCLUP update. So on this slide, we have the coastal hazard risk disclosure policy language from the 9/17 meeting. And we can come back to this if there are any questions. I will just complete my presentation, and then we can answer any questions. The next item that under discussion is the substantial structural modification, which is CRI 25. And this language is included in your staff report as well. It's on page 239, packet page 239. And again, I'm going to read this into the record. The substantial structural modification as amended. City Clerk, can we please make it larger? Thank you. Alteration, removal, or replacement of 50% or more of the linear length or surface area of the exterior walls or other major structural components, including but not limited to floor framing, roof framing, and foundation structures. Considered individually, that is, percentages are calculated by the individual structure component being altered and not additive between different structural components, whether or not the floor area of the building footprint is expanded. Or, number 2, an addition that includes new floor area equal to 50% or more of the structure's total existing floor area. Or, number 3, an increase of the existing building footprint equal to 50% or more, however, excluding but not limited to alteration, removal, or replacement of non-structural components such as non-structural underpavement, siding, shingles, other non-structural roof materials, windows and doors, including garage doors that do not alter width or location, exterior waterproofing or weatherproofing materials, appliance installations and replacements such as water heaters, generators, and solar panels that do not involve structural modifications, non-structural remedial actions to address termite infestation or dry rot, and other non-structural modification required to comply with state and or federal laws and regulations such as disabled accessibility improvements and seismic retrofit upgrades. Finally, the policy also states that incremental change to floor area and individual major structural components that amount to alteration, removal, or replacement of 50% or more over time shall also be considered as a substantial structural modification. So this is the policy that was not included in the staff report. This is ESHA buffers, policy number ERI1 and ERI24. The revised policies are to add exception for the 50-foot minimum, which shall not apply to low-intensity public access and recreation maintenance and improvement services like public trails in ESHA. And Denise, would you like to read that into the record?
Thank you. So this was as City Manager Woodhouse mentioned earlier, this is the policies where we have been communicating with Coastal Commission up to today about certain language in these policies. So that's why it's not included in the package, but it is fairly minor in terms of amendments. So we would be adding back in the 50-foot minimum into the policy and also adding language at the very end of the second bullet point in the policies that say, I'll start at the beginning of the sentence.
What page?
This is packet page 374 is where ERI 24 is. And this is, again, the second bullet point.
And specifically, this is referencing public infrastructure, correct? Or
Right,
public
so-
access, excuse me.
Right, so this is the second, there are two items in the second bullet point. This is as to the second item. It says to provide required incidental public services for public development such as burying cables and pipes or inspection of piers, maintenance of existing intake and outfall lines, and emergency repairs, provided that any unavoidable impacts are commensurately mitigated, that the buffer is as close to 100 feet as possible, and adding back in, and no less than 50 feet in any case, and provided that ESHA or wetland resource impacts are avoided as much as possible, and unavoidable impacts commensurately mitigated, all as conclusively demonstrated by a qualified biologist to the satisfaction of the city and applicable resource agencies, except that the 50-foot minimum shall not apply to low-intensity public access and recreation maintenance and improvement services.
If I could just add a little editorial context to this change for the council and for the public. When the Coastal Commission staff was very insistent on the and no less than 50 feet in any case remaining in the policy. But when we had met with coastal staff, we specifically talked about low-intensity recreational access, and the example was, for example, the path that leads to the beach in Pedro Point right beside the creek, and how it needs to be repaired and maintained. And we weren't in agreement that there should be a policy that would seemingly prevent us from doing that because it allows access to the beach. And they agreed with that. So that's where this language comes from. And it was just something that we had talked with them about, but we didn't confirm the specific language. And that's what you have before you.
So that last part, if you could please, Ms. Bazzano, except that such buffer shall.
Except that the 50-foot minimum shall not apply to low-intensity public access and recreation maintenance and improvement services.
Shall not apply to low-intensity public access and
Maintenance and improvement services.
recreation maintenance services. Thank you.
And just to be clear, all of the language that Denise Bazzano read into the record is not what's being changed. There's really just a phrase, a parenthetical phrase, and then that final statement that you all are asking for her to recite back. So, there was a big recitation there, but a lot of that is already in the record. It's just those minor changes that we're clarifying.
But I appreciate that the not less than 50 feet in any case is back in, because we talked about that at the last meeting, saying that it needed to be in there, and it's
Right.
crossed out here, so
Right, it
I was
just
worried that that was a, not council direction. Okay, so is this text that you've just read the exact same text for ERI 1 also?
Correct. So there is a very similar language, if not exact language, in ERI 1 that has, we would be making the same revisions, and I believe that's even bullet point 2 for ERI 1.
Okay.
Can you give me a page reference on that ERI one?
Sure.
356.
That's what I thought. But I'm looking at it, and what,
So if you go to the second, so I was wrong. So there's one,
Okay.
two, so it's
Sure.
on actually page 357, the
Right.
top bullet point.
okay, thank you.
So again, with that bullet point on packet page 357, we would be adding back in and no less than 50 feet in any case, and adding that language at the end of the bullet point at the top of page 357, except that the 50-foot minimum shall not apply to low-intensity public access and recreation maintenance and improvement services.
I want to make sure I wrote it down right, because I wrote it down twice now. Except that the 50-foot minimum shall not apply to low-intensity and recreation maintenance
Public
services.
access,
Oh, public access, that's what it is.
and recreation maintenance and improvement services.
Got it.
Okay. Council questions? I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
We heard from the public several times about the inclusion or exclusion of roofing underlayment, plywood. When I look up the word underlayment at Lowe's and all the other sites, I get plywood. So the word underlayment, and also it says later about weatherproofing and waterproofing. Seems to me that the plywood is weatherproofing and waterproofing and underlayment. So for them to strike that consistently when we've asked for that one to be in there just doesn't, could someone explain that to me, please?
Also, could I add to that? Because it's like the same thing. On packet page number 238, and almost to the end of that paragraph, it says, "They were informed after the meeting they were not agreeable to add it to the list of exclusions, but agreed that any non-structural repair of roof sheathing could be included in the catch-all other exclusion." But over on packet page 239, it says, "other non-structural roof materials." So it doesn't say sheathing. I don't know if that matters, but I feel like there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, the staff report said other would be added, but then there's nothing read that was added, so maybe something was missed there.
So what I'll offer, and without transitioning into discussion about this item, just to clarify what the conversations with coastal staff were, is that plywood on a roof connecting the joists and the substructure to the roof is considered structural. What this so Coastal Commission staff has said, we're not comfortable with excluding plywood, and but there's discretion in this policy for replacing some of the plywood that might be dry rotted or water damage, et cetera, as non-structural changes in a roof project. But if you're stripping down to the framing and putting new plywood on, that's considered structural for the house. That's where the coastal staff is coming from. And again, the policy before you has what, excludes plywood roof sheathing, but it has this discretion for non-structural work. So there's some leeway there to us as an agency in the review. And so that's the explanation of that. If there's kind of clarifying questions, we can take those now, or when we get to discussion, we can talk about it more.
Well, and just to clarify that further, the city manager and staff spent a lot of time trying to explain to the Coastal Commission our reasoning for not including plywood as structural for some of the reasons that you've already stated. That was a big item of discussion. Now, actually it was the city manager who at length was discussing with the Coastal Commission the issue of plywood being used even for, in our opinion, non-structural issues like fixing, leaks or other non-structural concerns, health and safety concerns with the roof that lead to leaks and, damage to the structure. They agreed with that, and their response back was, you do have discretion to make that determination as to whether or not that use of plywood is structural or not. So in our interpretation, and it's now in the record, staff does have the ability to determine whether or not the use of plywood is structural. So it is not a blanket, every time you use plywood, that's a determination that it is structural. That's not the case. What they've said is, to the city manager's point about there's plywood use that may not be structural. They said, well, if it's not structural, then it's an exception. You have the discretion to make that determination. That was the compromise, but I will say, to the city manager's point, this was a major item of discussion between our staff, city manager, and their executive director, the AG's office, their legal counsel, as well as their Coastal Commission staff.
This tells you how long I've lived in my house. When I went to put on a new roof, our old roof was wooden shakes. Underneath the wooden shakes is nothing, absolutely nothing. So is that when I went to put on a new roof, of course we had to put on plywood because we had nothing underneath it. So is that a structural change? I don't think so. It's weatherproofing, it's saving my house from water damage, and all the other things that go along with that. But it was necessary. So I'm sure there are a few houses out there still that have wood shakes and have nothing underneath.
Mm-hmm. You didn't replace yours with wood shakes, I'm assuming.
Definitely not.
Because wood shakes don't need the plywood, but other roofing that's like sheet roofing or the little shingles, they need more support.
No, composition.
Right. It
Right.
needs more support. So,
Yeah.
So question I have, so it specifically says plywood. Can you use OSB board instead and it not be structural?
Right.
I mean.
At which
OSB
point
is
it
used
starts to become a little bit.
So there you go, people. There's a
Like, are we
there's a loophole.
deliberating?
I know, I did ask a question.
I know.
I just made it into a
I
question.
appreciate you asking that question, and I definitely want to come back to this point
Mhm.
Yeah, me too.
in our deliberations. And while we're at it, the question that Mary just asked a minute ago about the item B, SSM, substantial structural modification, on packet page 238. So I'm putting a little star next to that, actually a big one. Okay.
Thank you. I had a couple of more slides.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you
we were done. Yeah.
I
okay.
did too.
Sorry.
No worries. Thank you. The next item that's discussed in the staff report is the importance of special shoreline resiliency area policies to the LUP. Again, this is something that has been discussed extensively at all the meetings we've had. And these are staff feels that the SSRA policies are crucial for Pacifica due to their strategic focus on balancing coastal protection with ongoing urban and structural needs. Also, it benefits neighborhoods by allowing development while relying on existing shoreline protections. Staff also feels that it mitigates coastal hazards like erosion and flooding, safeguards public infrastructure like roads and utilities and private development, also permits maintenance and minor extensions of shoreline protection structures, and it doesn't disadvantage other coastal areas in Pacifica, and general protections remain intact. And finally, the SSRAs require coastal access and resilience and shoreline adaptation programs for long-term sustainability. So staff recommends that the SSRAs be maintained in the policies. Again, the final item that's the focus of tonight's meeting is the recommendations on the NCCWD requests. These are detailed in attachment E, which is on packet page 831. And I will go through them one by one, so if there are any questions, we can respond to them after I'm done.
831.
831.
831.
Attachment E is packet page 831. So the NCCWD had sent us some requested modifications that city staff and Coastal Commission met and discussed. And this attachment summarizes the outcome of the city staff's discussion with the Coastal Commission regarding the requests and to modifications. Number one, at the city's meeting with the NCCWD on October 9th, the city representatives and the water district representatives agreed that having definitions for critical infrastructure and critical facilities in the LCLUP would be beneficial. City staff proposed these, and Coastal Commission staff approved the following definitions to be included as proposed by city staff, and they are included in packet page 831. The critical infrastructure definition reads, includes transportation such as highway, roads, railroads, water such as wastewater, stormwater, and water supply infrastructure, electrical, gas, and communication infrastructure. The second definition that's being added is critical facilities, and that is defined as includes hospitals and healthcare, emergency shelters, police and fire stations, water supply and wastewater treatment, and energy production facilities. City staff agrees with these recommended modifications, and they are included in the red line version in attachment B. Number two, the Water District comment letter included numerous suggestions for revisions to existing policies, and city staff discussed these with the Coastal Commission staff, and the Coastal Commission agreed with the proposed changes to the following policies with minor edits. Please note that the policy numbers that were referenced in the Water District memo were incorrect based on a previous version of the LCLUP draft, and the numbers that you see in track changes are the corrected numbers in the attachment E. Policy LDI 27 is public service priorities. I'm not going to read these because I want to allow time for questions later, but if we want to, I can go back and read these. The policies that were changed are LDI 27 and 28, CRI 9, CRI 32, and these were all, these recommendations were agreed, the city staff agreed with these recommendations and are included in the red line version.
Could you clarify what were also LDI 28 and NHI 34 amended?
Yes. LDI 28 was amended, and NIH 34 was also amended as listed in the attachment.
Thank you.
CRI 9 and CRI 32 as well. And there were some policies that were derived from the Half Moon Bay local LCP, and the Water District letter requested that they be included. And NHI 31, and was also included in the attachment. CCC staff observed that in the context of the Half Moon Bay's LCP, there were some policies that would not apply to the city of Pacifica. There were two policies that were recommended, new policies, NHI 32, that has been incorporated into the red line version. And the second policy that was recommended for protection of critical facilities was not agreed between the city staff and Coastal Commission staff, and as was not included in the red line version. And on the final page of the attachment, there were certain policies that were resolved as described. NHI 15, the water tank rupture, was removed from the red line version because there are no water tanks in the coastal zone. CRI 2 was also amended as recommended by city staff. And finally, critical infrastructure improvements was added to allow for system improvements to occur to address health and safety needs within the document.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the protection for critical facilities? As we have a follow-up letter from the Water District saying that they really thought that was important to them. So why specifically was the Coastal Commission or was it the city not amenable to that language?
I'm happy to jump in and begin. So this is a great policy that the Water District recommended and city staff thinks would be good. There's a couple aspects to it. One is that there are other policies, and I think Ms. Bizzano might have the detail, that really cover this in the LCP, and coastal staff had commented about that also. And then the other is that the specifics of this policy talk about a temporary or what would be an emergency kind of coastal development permit to then be followed up on with regular. And so that's a process that already is available generally with the Coastal Commission. If there's an emergency, you can get an emergency coastal development permit, do what's necessary to protect the infrastructure, and then you have to follow up with a regular CDP, coastal development permit. So that process exists. One other, and we can talk more about this when council discusses, I think one of the other aspects of this, if we think of specific instances about shoreline, water infrastructure that's in the shoreline or near the shoreline, is most likely going to be a permit that the Water District has to get directly from Coastal Commission. So the city's LCLUP doesn't even apply in that case. It can be referenced, but the Coastal Commission, doesn't have to factor in the city's LCLUP. So I think for a variety of reasons, the intent of this policy is achieved in the recommended LCLUP.
Can you point us to the other policies that you think cover this? Because it's really about armoring, right, for...
Right, so I would refer Councilmember Bowles to CRI 32, which is on packet page 832, which is for new shoreline protection structures, and CRI 9, hazard-prone infrastructure, which is also on packet page 832.
And so in that case, on CRI 32, the insertion of the phrase critical infrastructure and the corresponding definition that you and Coastal Commission staff devised.
Can you repeat that?
The inclusion in CRI 32 of the words critical infrastructure and pertaining to the definition, the new definition?
Correct. So that was, yes, the revision to CRI 32, the revisions to CRI 32 do include revising some of the terms to incorporate that new definition of critical infrastructure.
Got it.
And just to further clarify, to city manager's point that we feel the intent of all of these policies, we actually believe that including that definition of critical infrastructure, which now specifically includes the district's facilities as well, is sort of the catch-all. So that definition, which is the same definition that applies to our critical facilities, applies to theirs as well. So just like we are a public agency, according to this LCLUP, they have the same sort of stature as the city with regard to critical infrastructures, and should address all of their concerns, maybe not specifically, but generally with regard, in our opinion, all of their water facilities.
Madam Mayor.
I risk getting into deliberation, and you can stop me if you think I'm opining, but I would like to say that I attended the meeting along with the mayor of the staff with North County Water District and two of their board members, the board chair, Josh Cosgrove, and board member Ann DeJarnett, who's here tonight. And looking at the material that was submitted and then what I see here, it looks like almost all of the requests were accommodated, with the exception of number 5. I'll reserve my opinions for after public comment.
I have a question.
Tiger.
Oh, sorry, Tiger, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that I'm really impressed to see the collaborative effort that brought agreement to the document. I think that the city and the water district has been working lately on more proactive relationship. And, I think that whenever something's added in the late hour, it always kind of triggers, what's Coastal going to think about adding another thing? But that we advocated for what the water district was asking for on the one hand, and that Coastal Commission did not put up apparently much of any a struggle. It's really pleasing to see that our efforts toward collaboration are not just understood here but abroad. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm just curious of why the coastal staff is not agreeable. Can you just explain it in simple terms?
Just a minute.
I can begin on that. As the attachment just generally says, first, they feel like the intent of this is addressed in the LCLUP, and then the idea of adding, usage of armoring in certain contexts at this point in time kind of muddles up the intent that's there. I think, I'm, I don't want to speak for coastal staff, but that's sort of where they're coming from, is like, whoa, this, this maybe opens up other questions, and so we think the intent is in here, and we, would recommend against adding a specific new policy.
Denise.
Yeah, so I would just add on to what City Manager Woodhouse mentioned, is that there are other policies that cover some of the language that's in the proposed revisions by the district. And so at this point, to go back to make sure that everything is consistent would be a significant amount of work. And really, again, this is a policy for the city, not necessarily for the district. And so by including them in the definition, their infrastructure in the definition of critical facilities and critical infrastructure, we've sort of applied those policies where those terms are included to the district indirectly.
Okay. Next slide.
Thank you. Staff recommendation is to approve the resolution that's being provided in Attachment A, adopt the revised LCLUP, and direct the city manager to transmit the revised LCLUP to the Coastal Commission for certification, and find the revised LCLUP is exempt from CEQA. Next steps is Coastal Commission staff will review the submittal and schedule a hearing to certify the LCLUP, and the potential outcomes of their action would be to certify the LCLUP as submitted, or deny the submittal, or to certify subject to City Council's acceptance of additional suggested modifications. And we are hoping the outcome will be the first one. With that, I will conclude my presentation, and our entire staff is available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
And thank you for stepping up. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
How long would it take Coastal Commission? I mean, I know you can't say that, but how long do you think it would take Coastal Commission to get back to us after the submittal to set a date to hear this?
They have said it would take about 2 to 3 months for them to review and get back to us. So,
even though they've seen this the whole time? Okay.
And setting a date might extend that further, right, because they're booked out. They would have to say that it's okay first, right, before they could set a date.
So they have to certify the application as complete, and then they would set that for a hearing once that's done.
And earlier this year, I'll just add that indications were from coastal staff and from the executive director that they want to move this expeditiously to the Coastal Commission for certification. So that's, where their 2 to 3 month estimate came from.
So where do we go now?
Yeah. I have a lot of questions, but I think it'd be better to go through the policies one at a time, maybe after public comment.
How many cards do you have?
I only have 4 cards.
Are there people waiting? Because
I'm sure there are people waiting to put in a card. At least one more.
Because I need to.
Okay. So
Personally,
with
before we start public comment.
well, let's see. Now we're going to have like 8. So you want to take a break now before public comment?
I won't be able to concentrate.
Yeah.
It is 8:05. We'll be back
8:15.
at 8:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Too bad. So we are back in the council meeting. And where are we? We're going to public comment. Sorry, I do know that. The first card is Kathleen Maresco, followed by Adrian Carr, followed by Cliff Lawrence.
Good evening, Mayor Vaterlos, Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer, and council members Big Stick, Bowles, and Beer. Tonight, I thought I would be recommending that you go ahead and pass this through for approval, but after listening to everything, it seems like there are still some issues that need to be addressed, just some clarifications, that obviously the intent is there, but maybe some of the wording just needs to be improved. But I congratulate you on the long, long, hard road you've come to get this far. And I hope that it gets through. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian, followed by Cliff, and then Ann DeJarnette.
Thank you, honorable council members. I'd like to thank the staff for reaching out to the district and meeting with us, and for meeting with the Coastal Commission and bringing forth the policies and the definitions that we suggested. We were very pleased to see this. You did receive my comment letter talking about the protection for critical facilities policy. We do believe that's an important policy. The Half Moon Bay LCLUP, which was certified by the Coastal Commission in April 2021, included this policy. And then also the additions to both the CRI 2 and CRI 20 that included reference to this new policy. I know that I'm not as familiar with this document as staff has spent years and years, and I've literally just started dipping my toes in the last few months and trying to get familiar with this. CRI 9 and CRI 32, as staff just discussed, that they cover this policy. I just don't know enough to know if that's really the case. I know that CRI 32 relies on the definition of existing structures, and existing structures, as the Coastal Commission defines it, is you're allowed to protect these structures that were, the staff has been defining it as structures that are existed before 1977, and some of our critical infrastructure in the coastal zone that might need to be protected in the future were built after 1977. And so that's just our water district's concern. We just want to make sure we're going to be able to continue serving the community. And we know that the city has the same issue. There's a lot of facilities that the city has in the coastal zone that serve our joint constituents and customers. So again, thank you. Appreciate the time to comment and your willingness to listen and work together.
Thank you. Cliff Lawrence, followed by Ann DeJarnette, and then Jeff Guillet.
Good evening. Cliff Lawrence here. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. Does anybody else feel like it's Groundhog Day? I had somebody say that to me because it seems like SSRAs are just something you can't kill. They keep coming back like a bad, I feel like they're getting recycled here, and I don't know if that's the council's wish or whose it is. But one interpretation of what this does is it takes your highest risk areas and you encourage development there, basically. Now, why would you do that? Why does this make sense? It doesn't make sense to some people, myself included. And so I would ask that you reject SSRAs in this plan. We've been asking that for quite a while. Another thought this evening is I wonder what the impact would be on our yet still incomplete finalization on the verdict on the quarry if you pass this? Does it give you a different avenue to go on something that you haven't really finalized? And I'm anxious about that there's something afoot here. If somebody got some plans to try to subvert, again, I'm trying not to be one of those people. But 11 meetings, and going to be a 12th for sure, I'm guessing. And on we go. Groundhog Day. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jarnett, Jeff Guillet, and Richard Harris.
To the Honorable City Council and to the city staff, thank you so much for continuing to consider this. This is really an important issue, and my hat's off to you for sticking with it for all this time. As a member of the Board of Directors, I have a duty to the citizens of Pacifica to make sure they are provided with a reliable supply of high-quality water. It is also part of our mission to deliver water in the most cost-effective, environmentally sensitive manner. Excuse me. The district has essential and critical infrastructure and facilities in the coastal zone, and protection of those facilities is crucial to ensure that Pacifica residents continue to have a reliable water supply. The infrastructure and the facilities in the coastal zone are critical to water supply and delivery to all parts of the city. And if they are left vulnerable, delivery of water supply to the entire city could be at risk. There are also significant costs with relocating infrastructure, and having an ability to temporarily protect infrastructure will prevent unnecessary costs caused by rushed construction projects. I want to express thanks to the mayor and the mayor pro tem for meeting with me and the North Coast County Water District Board President to discuss the district's concerns about the LCLUP and the protection of our infrastructure. We value our relationship with the city and hope to continue working with you on this important issue together during the implementation phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Guillet and then Richard Harris, and those are the only two cards I have.
Hello, Mayor, staff, council members. Thank you very much for your work on this. As you recall from the last meeting, you clearly asked for a clean version of the LCLUP, and that wasn't given to us. The city manager tried to backpedal and explain why no clean version was made, and it's clearly because this airplane is being built as it's flying, and it's hard to have a clean version, but the public needs that to see it, to read it over and be able to understand what's being done to them. The red line version is so confusing, it's impossible to read through it to understand what is being voted on. It's not complete. As an example, there's multiple references to figure 6.2, which is the tsunami inundation zone maps. Those aren't in the red line version. They're not in any of the versions, any of the attachments that were added to the meeting agenda today. You have the power and the right to push back on CCC staff. City staff's goal is to get this steaming pile passed so they can move on and do other things. But it's your right to represent the residents and your city and push back on CCC staff. I haven't seen you push back and say, you know what, plywood sheathing, that needs to be in there. No one has said do anything. It's always just been kind of talking and talking, but we're not doing anything, we're not pushing anything through. Tonight, the mayor asked a question about plywood sheathing, and then you started to talk over yourselves, and no one ever answered that question. about what is sheathing, when is it allowable and such. It just never, her question was not answered. And that just happens all the time. And specifically, I want to say, for Sue Beckmeyer, you and I walked door to door talking to residents in West Fairway Park, trying to raise awareness and tell them what Coastal Commission is trying to do with managed retreat. We went to house by house talking to the residents when you were trying to be elected for the city council. And you ran on that platform, and now you're being asked to approve this. And I hope that you will keep that in mind when you're deliberating and thinking about it, because our worst fears are happening. That's what's happening right now. None of this has to do with climate change. It's just getting us off the coast.
Thanks, Jeff. Your time's up. Richard Harris and then Larry Bothan.
Good evening, Council. And we're all doing our best, and we're all hanging in. I gave you not one, but 2 letters today. One, just hard copy as I came down. The first one, pretty self-explanatory. I having to do with the Casimira issue and not forcing people to waive that when the issue itself is pending in the courts. It'll take a while for it to go through the courts, and then you should avoid something now that forecloses people's ability to rely on a court decision. I've tried to give you in the second letter some language that is a start in that direction, but your attorney's going to work on that. I'm surely happy to talk with him. Find Stanley Lamport. Stanley Lamport didn't even know of tonight's meeting. I have a second request in this in the second letter that you just received. This is a matter that you dealt with very clearly in April. You gave very clear directions having to do with the trail map. Very, very clear directions to staff, and they just didn't do it. For all the reasons you were very clear that you wanted that unusual wheelchair access ramp to the beach to be shown on the map and be part of what's there. They just didn't do it. And I've given you access. I've shown you the map. If you and everyone knows where that wheelchair access ramp is, and it's not halfway to Maury Point. So that's a fairly easy thing to do, and request that you do that so that that's clear and straight. And then the process. I just found it overwhelming to try and deal with that red line. It was just incomprehensible. And I can't be the only one who had that problem with it. Thank you very much. This is difficult for the community, and God be with.
Thank you. Larry Bothan and then Cindy Abbott.
Well, good evening, council, staff, and public. Welcome to the 11th edition of Down the Rabbit Hole, where we debate how many coastal commissioners can dance on the head of a pin and how thin you can split a hair. In the last session, we learned that commission staff insists that re-roofing a building in the coastal zone is an SSM if the plywood sheathing is replaced. It is an epic overreach, but no more so than renaming tsunami evacuation zones as inundation zones so that they are subject to the same tyranny as the coastal zones. This kind of nitpicking micromanagement is typical of every aspect of Pacifica's dealings with the commission. So even if they were to approve our proposals for SSRAs, which claim to offer the protection of coastal armoring, they would take it away from you if your re-roofing project required some new plywood, and impose deed restrictions and waive your property rights, all for a structure that was built 20 years before the Coastal Act was a twinkle in Jerry Brown's eyes. Once enough of these SSMs have transpired in an SRA, the Commission can order the removal of shoreline armoring. They have already stated that as their intent. So the SSRAs are a red herring. Their protection evaporates when you repair your home or, God forbid, improve it. With or without SSRAs, the coastal zone's protections will be torn out and decay will begin. The hard fact is, if these policies are written into the LCLUP, it will be a violation of every citizen's rights under both state and federal constitutions. By definition, these are called takings, and they will not stand up in court. But that would take years to resolve. In the meantime, Pacifica would assume liability for implementing these crimes against personal rights the instant the Coastal Commission approves the plan. It will also have to answer this tsunami of lawsuits which are bound to follow. These catastrophic expenses will make the cost of competent legal representation to fight the Coastal Commission look like a world-class bargain. North Coast Water has submitted a list of changes which I was very happy to hear have been mostly approved. But that's for their infrastructure, but incidentally, it's also ours, because it's absurd not to consider why it exists and what it's there for, to serve the infrastructure of our lives, homes, businesses, public facilities, all of which are there to serve people. If the former is allowed, the latter must be included. I urge you to adopt the water district change law, we covered that, and reject the Commission's escalating overreach. Stand up for the original LCLUP we approved in 2020, and tell them you cannot submit a document that violates our constitutional rights. In World War II, GIs had a term for all the frustrations and chaos of military life at war. They called it FUBAR. The polite translation of that is fouled up beyond all recognition. That's what happened to Pacifica's LCLUP. It's completely FUBAR, and you, Council, are the only ones who can fix it because you are the only people in the room who are elected to speak for the people of
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Cindy?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, everyone. Cindy Abbott, West Shore Park. I want to thank you for all of your work to update the local coastal plan. I think we're almost there. But what needs to happen before approval is the removal of all policies CRI 38 to CRI 44 related to special shoreline resiliency areas. Staff has indicated these policies are crucial for Pacifica, but that's false. We all know that. SSRAs are not crucial and will instead undermine efforts for visionary planning for all of the Pacifica coastline. As stated before, these policies are not a resilience strategy. They're just a rewarding of continued hard armoring and intensified development that is strictly in violation of the Coastal Act that only narrowly permits shoreline armoring for coastal-dependent uses and pre-Coastal Act structures. SSRAs, as proposed by city staff, create inequities between our neighborhoods and have a documented intention to place more people in a hazard zone. More people in a hazard zone. A recent study came out by disaster experts, including those who had worked for NOAA for over 2 decades. And what they've done in researching why the cost of disasters has gone over, continues to increase, is their primary finding that, and I'm going to quote, over time, migration to hazard-prone areas has increased, putting more people and property in harm's way. Disasters are more expensive because there's more to destroy. Is that what our legacy is going to be? Putting more people in harm's way for the future? I hope not. I re-listened to the Coastal Commission meeting of September 11th on neighborhood scale adaptation. While they agreed to continue the conversation Commissioners did wonder why this conversation was going on, because the Coastal Act has done a darn good job of protecting our coast and our people for the past 50 years. None of them endorsed expanding seawalls that would allow for new development, particularly, though, that development that isn't coastal dependent. The focus was to be consistent with the Coastal Act, ensuring public access to the coast using nature-based solution and coastal habitat to primarily consider, while bundling into that how to handle infrastructure. Please direct staff to remove this archaic concept that hard armoring, which is costly and has failed for the past 40 years in Pacifica, has any way in the future. Pacifica and all coastal communities are going to need to continue this work to comply with AB 272. Let's do that with a visionary, new, and modern approach, not one that continues the failed past. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any additional yellow cards. Does anyone else from the audience want to speak? Okay, are there people on the phone?
We have 5 raised hands.
Okay.
We have 5 raised hands and counting. The first raised hand is for Jennifer Bailing.
Okay. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Hi. This is my first time Zooming with you folks, and I thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, Mayor. This is Jennifer Beeling. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and City staff. I'm a resident and business owner of an apartment building in West Shark Park. I just want to say that I disagree with the local coastal land use plan that I understand the City of Pacifica wants to pass in support of the Coastal Commission. There are very few vocal advocates for managed retreat, most of whom do not live in the areas that need shoreline protection, and they are not talking to the people who run businesses, own property, or live in these neighborhoods. The city has done not a terrific job informing the residents in the neighborhoods of what's at stake. If you go through the LCLUP decision, these neighborhoods who help keep the city functioning with their services, housing, and payment of huge property taxes will be disseminated. What will happen to our property values? Will we lose our property insurance? Will lenders call our loans and refuse to loan to our neighborhoods? How will you compensate property owners? Have you actually thought this all the way through? I've heard no plans of what's to happen to us. What is your plan to help us, the people that have elected you to represent us? Not only do we feel not represented, we feel threatened with bankruptcy by the city and our life savings and plans for retirement being ruined. Thank you for listening, and I'm regarding myself to be a citizen for all of Pacifica.
Thank you, Jennifer.
The next raised hand is from Margot Myman.
Margot, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Vaterlas and City Council members. Margot Myman speaking. Thank you and city staff for your work on the LCLUP. It's a complex document and it's important to get it right. So I appreciate that you haven't sent it off to the Coastal Commission yet for certification. I request that you continue to hold off until you do at least 2 things. First, remove special shoreline resiliency areas and other references to this concept from the LCLUP. The notion of SSRAs is inequitable and it contradicts existing state law. In my opinion, city staff have not provided sufficient evidence that SSRAs are necessary. Second, I believe that city staff should continue working with the North Coast County Water District to improve the language and the accuracy of the LCLUP. Part of the reason for this is that the Water District is a forward-looking agency. Their new headquarters, for example, which is within the coastal zone, will be an all-electric facility with solar panels and battery backup. It's going to be a state-of-the-art structure. They know something about designing with the future in mind. And since the Water District provides such a critical resource to the city and its residents, the district is an essential partner to the city. And this is a moment when collaboration on the LCLUP would benefit every resident of and visitor to the city of Pacifica. So to review, please remove SSRAs and continue to work with the North Coast County Water District on this very important document. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot.
The next raised hand is for Sam Casillas.
Go ahead, Sam.
Good evening, City Council members. You received my comments last Wednesday because I thought you would want to take the time to digest them. Not only over the past 10 years, the Pedro Point Community Association, individuals like myself, along with multiple experts, have pointed out all the hazardous issues, including flooding and environmental sensitive habitat issues presented by us, but now by trying to change the land use designation to residential in the Pedro Point field and wetland. Now we have discovered that for over 4 decades, this site was used as a sewage disposal site. I'll let that sink in a little bit. I sent you guys the information. You see the retention pond that was there. You also see that over 3 decades that USGS designated that as a sewage disposal site that you guys covered up. It is quite disturbing that this information was negligently omitted. Let's be clear, this field and former wetland was utilized as a sewage disposal site for Pedro Point and the whole of Lindemar Valley for decades. And this council still wants to build residential on a former sewage disposal site with a retention pond that sits on top of a wetland that turns into a lake every winter. At some point, common sense needs to prevail. It's time to stop being headstrong and do the right thing so that this city doesn't put itself at risk by creating a public nuisance and bringing harm to its residents. Additionally, I found it frustrating that during the last month's Coastal Commission Neighborhood Scale Adaptation Workshop, Councilmember Sue Beckmeyer stated that there needs to be neighborhood community meetings to develop long-term plans that are acceptable on a neighborhood basis. Wow, that's exactly what we proposed years ago, to have a Pedro Point specific plan, and this council was dismissive of the idea. So now we're on the same page, or is this just rhetoric to present a compromising face to the Coastal Commission while still dismissing your own citizens and its neighborhoods? And it is important to note that during that same Coastal Commission workshop, it was stopped in its tracks when the Smart Coast Realtor lobbyist was presenting that the adaptation plans was not for hard armoring, but for nature-based solutions that would not violate the Coastal Act. It's not overreach, it's the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam.
The next raised hand is for Stanley Lamport.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Unmute. I can lower my hand here. My apologies. I just jumped off an airplane and been watching this meeting in flight. But I wanted to comment on 2 things, and as a follow-on to the comments that I provided to you in September. I'm still very concerned that CRI 21 number 5 again is that sort of gotcha that as it's written will wipe out any benefit of an SM, something that does not qualify as an SSM. It basically says that a permittee, and this is an agreement, that the permittee waives any rights that might exist under applicable law for shoreline protection structures for the duration of the permitted development is present on the property. So in the roofing example that I heard this evening, whether it is a structural modification or not, let's assume for a moment that it's not, but you had to get a CDP for it. As a condition of a CDP of doing a non-structural modification or doing something that is less than what qualifies for an SSM, you have to record this document that's referenced in CRI 21, in which you waive any right that would exist under applicable law for shoreline protection structures for the duration of the permitted development present on the property, which is forever in the case of a roof replacement or a structural modification to the structure. And so this language, again, does not fix the problem that I had raised at the last council meeting. As an aside, one of the speakers was making the point about the issue of compensation. There is an issue under the California Constitution which says that the state shall not damage private property for public use without first compensating the property owner, and that's actually also codified in the Coastal Act in 30010. So there are some issues associated with that the city would have to grapple with under the way this plan is written. Hopefully a conversation for another time, but there is that concern to think about. But my primary concern here is to address this language in 5, which doesn't fix the problem that you spent some time on at the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Mary Ann.
Go ahead, Marianne.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Vaterlos and council members. Thank you so much for all of your countless hours of hard work on the local coastal land use plan. I know this isn't an easy topic or decision that you guys are making on this, and I know it's been going on for years. But I do feel like we are being squeezed by the Coastal Commission to force managed retreat to Rockaway, Shoreview, and Sharp Park. I find that it seems at these meetings, there are only a handful of very vocal residents and that are for managed retreat. And where are the people that are against it? And to me, it shows that although we were commending ourselves tonight on our community engagement, where is everyone? This is huge, and they're not here, and they're not speaking up because they don't believe it, if they even know about it. And so it's really concerning to me that we're voting on something that could drastically change people's lives. I know it can change mine. And so tonight, I know you guys the council were talking about the housing element and, how we have to get moving on this. And you guys, it seems like some of the council members are pretty passionate about it. And I know that you guys really aren't for expanding and doing all this housing on the coast, because I hear that quite a bit. But because if you don't, you're going to get punished. Then there's the builder's remedy. So it's like, we have to be passionate about it because we're going to get punished if we don't put in housing, but we're not protecting our existing housing that is in these places, our affordable housing that is here in Sharp Park and other areas of our communities that have existing shoreline protections. So we really, it baffles me that people aren't concerned about protecting what currently exists, yet we're focused on bringing in developers and building more housing when we have existing housing that is going to be, we're the ones being punished, and we're paying property taxes. I'm currently paying current market rate property taxes because of Prop 19. And builders will come in and they will build a few affordable housing units and they will get tax breaks, where we're not getting tax breaks. And we're also expected to remove our homes and then fix the soils per the red line document we saw tonight. That is cruel. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne.
The second to last raised hand is for Kimberly Williams.
Go ahead, Kimberly.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Vaterlos and council members. Kimberly Williams here again, representing the San Mateo County chapter of Surfrider Foundation. Our local chapter has submitted numerous comments over the course of the LCLUP process, and our concerns remain the same, particularly with regard to the carve-outs you are calling special shoreline resiliency areas. The SSRA concept proposed here does not comply with the Coastal Act. We are also concerned that the council received significant public engagement and feedback, with the vast majority of that feedback being in opposition to including SSRAs in the LCLUP, and yet the council and staff consistently has ignored robust public feedback in this regard. I noticed that the staff report tonight doesn't mention that the majority of those comments opposed the SSRAs. Surfrider has received collectively over 800 comments, inquiries, and petition signatures over the past year expressing concern, of which a good number came from local Pacifica residents. If you move forward to include SSRAs in this LCLUP, you will be disrespecting and ignoring your local constituents and the larger general public who have also provided comment. Surfrider opposes inclusion of the SSRAs in Pacifica's LCLUP as inconsistent with the Coastal Act and as inequitable to residents. We continue to encourage long-term planning to nurture the coastline and to employ a strategy that includes nature-based solutions to ensure Pacifica has a more resilient future, both environmentally and financially. We need policies that protect the coastline for everyone to enjoy, not just select neighborhoods. We urge you to have the courage to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
The last raised hand is for Alox Ndala.
Go ahead.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Alox Ndala. Thank you for taking my comment. Thank you, city council members. Really appreciate your numerous hours and hard work on this, and also the city staff too. They have been working tirelessly on trying to get this thing done. I know it's not an easy job to really balance the different aspects of this. I just want to call out, I know everything is not there, which all the city members want here, but I think it's at least a proposal which will move us forward, including the special protection for the coast. Obviously, the sea arming and all things are there, and we need to protect all the houses which are there, including the other properties. So I'm in strong support, and I think somebody called out that if the folks who are living there, if they're not speaking for it, that doesn't mean that they're against it, right? So I don't think we should be assuming that those guys, if they're not able to make it to the meeting, that doesn't mean that their lives won't be affected. So I'm in strong support of this. Of course, could this be better? Absolutely. But I guess, this work has been done for over a period of time. If it can be marginally improved, of course, it would be great. But at least I would like to say that I think we should move forward as is with the special zoning for the areas which are critical to the Pacifica city. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that
There are no other raised hands.
Seeing no one else, I'm going to bring it back to council for deliberation.
May I begin?
You might.
I have something that I feel inclined to add off the beaten path. My colleague next to me, the Mayor Pro Tem, was referenced by a couple different speakers, and I've noticed that there have been a handful of instances over the course of these meetings in which she's been called out by name. As somebody who has been called out by name by the public on occasion, and thankfully sparingly, I appreciate the feeling of isolation that it can bring to feel pinpointed with the spotlight on you when you're up here in front of the cameras and the public. I think that signing up to even try to do this job and putting your name in the hat as somebody who would do this job, you're kind of owning some level of thickness of skin and realizing that you might be subjected to such comments at some point. So I appreciate that we sign up for it in some measure. That being said, two things. One, I appreciate deeply that when we are campaigning, any given one of us doesn't know how much we don't know and doesn't know what it's like to take on the mantle of trying to create policy that will accommodate the entirety of a community of 38,000. We do our best going in. We try to honor the promises we make, and we try to see them through to the best of our abilities. But there's an element of we don't know what we don't know. That being said, you are a human being who I am grateful to know spends an inordinate amount of time really trying to figure out what is balanced. It's what you do. Up to the point of becoming the chair of a statewide organization, department, whatever, trying to work with all of the coastal cities to figure out what is an equitable approach for all California cities to take when they have common issues in trying to work out what is best between any given coastal city and the California Coastal Commission. The reason you are there is because there are issues that we are all trying to solve to the best of our ability. And so I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your service, putting your neck out time and time again, and persisting to sit in that chair no matter what vile thing somebody wants to specifically say about you, no matter how mistaken they are in their approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deliberations.
No, I'm just wondering how you want to proceed through all this. We obviously have certain things that staff brought to us, and some of those, like CRI 21, I have a ton of questions about. I mean, the public asked a lot of questions, and that's one that's going to need some focus while we're still awake. I want to talk about the SSRAs in more detail, which we haven't really been able to do. But I also spent time over the last 3 days trying to go through the whole document, and I have some miscellaneous questions here and there, too. So I just want to talk about what our process is first.
Do you want to go through each of the staff report items, but you specifically said you want to do CRI 21?
That's one of the first things she mentioned, so that would follow that plan.
Okay,
Yeah.
if we follow the order that everybody tell me what you want to do.
Well, I was thinking it might be helpful to, if we throw out what are the policies or issues, if not referencing an exact policy, that we want to discuss, whether they came from public comment, whether they came from, whatever, policy changes, et cetera. So CRI 21 is definitely one for me. And with specific regard to the waiver of rights. But there's probably other parts to it as well.
Yeah.
And I did want to circle back on the issues about the map and the wheelchair ramp.
And the tsunami map, and also the landslide maps, which are still not updated.
Which map?
And also the landslide maps, which are still not updated in this new draft either. So 3 things on the maps.
And of course, SSRI, I agree.
Yeah.
That's got to,
The roofing material.
oh, thank you. SSM.
The SSMs, yeah.
And
I'd like to talk a little bit more about the language that the Water District is requesting too, because I think those 2 policies that were quoted that could cover them are really for long-term armoring, which are harder projects to permit, right? And so what they're specifically asking for were short-term, and so I'm not convinced that what they're asking for is actually covered, so I think that might be good to talk about.
Okay. And then I want to hear your items.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So yeah, I had sent a bunch of questions to staff, but they didn't make it to all of us, and they didn't all get answered. But yeah, I have a few. I mean, I have a few short miscellaneous questions about policies earlier on. PRI 12, PRI 74. And yeah, I think actually staff said something, and that was in one of the answers, that there was some language that they were suggesting an alternative, which wasn't presented for PRI 74.
What, 74?
PRI 74.
PRI, thank you.
CRI 9. I have a question about.
You want to just start, Christine?
Yeah. Well, that's where I'm asking, what do we want to start with? Do we want to start with CRI 21? Since that was,
Sure.
I think that was
Let's
the first
start
thing.
with CRI 21.
Okay.
Page,
448.
Thank you.
I'm actually there. It's a miracle. Okay.
Okay.
So I have the two policies side by side. I don't know if we can put them up side by side. The current version and the previous version. Is that something you can do, Sarah?
I'll need some guidance as to what page or pages. I believe I have packet page 448 up now.
The door can't be closed.
Oh.
Denise? Yes. Sorry, the door, someone closed the door.
Is the chief back there?
Or someone.
Or Scott?
While City Clerk Coffee is getting up those, do you want to begin with
Yeah, I can
questions
start.
or discussion
So,
about that?
So can you just start by explaining, again, these are coastal hazard risk disclosures. So my understanding is that these disclosures are required for any permits, any CDPs in coastal vulnerability and tsunami evacuation zones, not just for new construction, not just for SSMs, but for anything. So can we confirm that? Yes. Okay. So the previous language said said coastal development permit approvals of development in the coastal vulnerability zone. So that would agree with what you just said, so any development. But now this new one only says new development. So, and I think, and as we went through all this and these whole 11 meetings, we've taken out the phrase new development everywhere else, right? And we just have a definition of development. So I'm really confused as to why new is in here now, and if this is saying something completely different, that these only apply to new structures.
So just to clarify, new development is development. I mean, development is new development. It's whether there's new in front of it or not, it's development.
But we intentionally took out new everywhere else in this document.
I think I'll do a quick word search, but I'm pretty sure there's other areas of the LCLUP that say new development.
And didn't we even take out the definition? Anyway, do you see how there could be a confusion here? It's very confusing to me. And I just want to make sure it's not.
I think my understanding is that it was included in a definition. If it wasn't, then we should include a definition of development, which, to Ms. Pisano's point, all development is new development. That is the intent. If it's not clear, we can make those changes to make that clear. But there is no distinction between development and new development. All development is based on what is new development.
So I think the definition says for purposes of this document, all development is new development.
Yeah, I just don't have that
But
cite
Christine's
right
point
now.
is that, for the most part, we take out new. And so the question is, should in this instance as well, we take out the word new?
And as soon as we can get confirmation that that's the definition of development, we can do that.
Yes, so on packet page 490, under the definition of development, the last sentence says, in this LCP, development, quote, development is synonymous with, quote, new development.
And I think that's confusing too. That was.
Well, from a legal perspective, the way this will be interpreted is that all development is considered new development. So if the issue for you is that in some places it's new and in some places it's just development, I understand that, and we can correct that administratively should the council, move forward to approve this LCLUP. Those issues can be resolved. But what we're telling you is that the intent is that development include new development. And we will make that more clear if, in fact, there are places where there's confusion. That is the intent.
It's one thing to be hearing it over and over here, but think about this 5 years down the road, some developer is looking to do a project and he sees new development. If I'm his architect, I'm going to say, that's new development. That's not a remodel, right? Just in construction, that's a confusing term.
Right, and so that's why we have the definition.
Right, of development.
Correct.
But,
which means legally that development includes new development.
Okay, well.
I would just like to add, I think, because we began to see this morph in Coastal Commission documents as the Casimira case went to appeal. And I think and certainly for the local government working group and Coastal Cities group, the issue of existing development. So if you're, juxtaposing new development compared to what? Old development or existing. And then what is existing? And multiple definitions and suggestions of what that should be have been utilized and floated and proposed. And so I think the intent of removing the word new was to just dispense with that, or at least set it aside because of the pending Casimira case. And so, am I right?
Well,
yeah.
I was just going to say that new development, just confirm that new development is used throughout. I show it showing up 39 times in the document. So, it's sprinkled, that language is sprinkled throughout the document in the policies and the guiding, the implementing policies and the guiding policies.
I'll go on. I would still like to strike that language, but.
And we can do that.
Sarah.
If the council would like us to strike it in that position, we don't have any issue legally if the council were to direct that. What we are saying, though, is that it's not necessary because there are, at a minimum, 39 other places where new is referred to. So if we strike it here, then perhaps we should strike it everywhere else, which we could do. But what we're telling you is legally, it has no significance because of the definition, which
I
equates
understand, but I
them
think
both
this
the same.
particular policy is like the most controversial, right? And so just to have that be really clear to people.
Well, but I think actually it makes it more clear that that development only relates to new development. That's essentially what the intent is throughout the document. That's what that definition means. So this is a very important provision in the LCLUP, so I think that is why that language was inserted to be clear that this risk disclosure policy would only apply to new development, to try to allay some of the concerns with what exactly is this risk disclosure applying to. But it doesn't have to, because it only applies to new development in any event.
Okay, and the previous version didn't say that, and the Coastal Commission approved it too, right? So,
yes.
So that is something. I mean, yeah, we'll keep going. My feeling is the previous version actually does a lot more to protect us. And what we were, correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor Pro Tem, part of the language that you and many people in the public were struggling with is this idea of signing this waiver and waiving rights to future shoreline protection, which were brought up again by the public. And that language is still in here in this new version too. But other things that actually gave us more protection are missing in this new modification. So just in general, I don't really understand why this is better, and maybe you think it is, maybe staff thinks it is, but.
Can you elucidate what you think is negative or
So,
a rejection?
Well, so items 2 and 3 talk about, sorry, maybe 3 and 4. It says that the permittee unconditionally waives any claim of damage or liability against the city if the permit is appealed. And the 4th one also says that. But the previous version was not just about appeals, it was about the permits, about the construction, about the long-term risks. Indemnify and hold harmless the city and its officers, agents, and employees with respect to the city's approval of the development against all liability, blah, 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 in connection with the permitted development, including in terms of, in the permits. Sorry, maybe it's the next section. Sorry, I have this all written out somewhere else. Assume and accept the risk to themselves and their properties of injury and damage from coastal hazards in connection with the permitted development, unconditionally waive any claim of damage or liability against the city for injury and/or damage in connection with the permitted development. So it's more to do with the whole development and not just the permits and appeals of the permits. So I think there's protection for us that's missing in this new policy that was there before that has been lost.
But I think the purpose of this policy is specifically with regard to permitting, because it's talking about permitting in the coastal vulnerability zone and the inundation zone, right?
But it's about deed restrictions, and the deed restrictions are about protections for the city. And also notification about the hazards, to other people that might be buying it. So yes, they don't come into effect unless you're getting a permit, but the protections from the hazards are not just about the permit itself, but about the development.
That you're going to create flowing from the permit.
Right. Right. So anyway, I just wanted to go back and try to remember why we directed to change this policy. I knew in general we wanted to simplify it, but the question is, has it done what you wanted it to do?
Well, it is more straightforward, I think, than the legalese way that the original language appeared. It's a little more accessible, I feel.
But shorter, for sure.
Yes. And, but my concern and what I wanted to bring forward is this issue of waiving rights that might exist under applicable law. And the question that you asked about new development actually answers some of that for me, because I was thinking if it's an existing property that's pre-coastal act, it has rights,
But what
right?
they're- Yeah,
And
but-
this is saying to waive those rights.
But this is saying waiving those rights for remodels too. I mean, they just said, new
Mhm.
development is also little remodels.
Right.
So,
So I guess that is my big concern. I mean, I get why Coastal Commission wants it, but how is it good for us? How is that good for our people? That's the thing that I need an answer. I need to be able to answer that issue.
right, because if somebody with a pre-1977 house does a small remodel, not even structural, and needs a CDP, then they have to waive their rights to armoring in perpetuity.
It seems more
That's what
extensive.
it seems to be saying.
Are we misreading this? Or
So
misinterpreting it?
I just want to jump in if I may, Madam Mayor. So there is a difference in the language, that is correct. Staff and Coastal Commission have talked about this, and in trying to find a solution to concerns raised by the public and council members about the robust language that was in the previous risk disclosure policy, we tried to find a more simple, precise risk disclosure policy and found an example in the Del Norte County that is sort of what this is based on. While the language change is more simplistic, we believe that the basic structure, the basic protections and provisions of the previous policy are included in this policy. So both policies, both risk disclosures talk about requirements of risk of injury and damage from such injuries to be attached to the permittee. Both policies talk about the permittee assuming all risk of injury from damages from coastal hazards in connection with the permitted development. And both talk about waiving claims or damages against the city from coastal hazards. Both of those provisions have an indemnity provision, and Councilmember Bowles, you're correct that there is a little bit of a difference in language in that the Del Norte policy refers to an appeal, but the reality is that any challenge would be based on an appeal anyway. So while it's not in the previous policy, that language isn't in the previous policy, we're still talking about challenges to the decision, which would be via an appeal. And so the indemnity provision, we feel, is still sufficient. And so, yes, there is the waiver that is included in, to some degree, in both policies. That's there because Coastal Commission feels it's important that the shoreline protection, if it needs to be removed, that the permittee is aware that that is a part of the risk of proceeding with the development. So in other words, they're not entitled to rely on that shoreline protection as a result of the development that they're undertaking. And so it's there in part to make sure that the permittee, the public, everybody understands what the provisions will be if the development proceeds.
And then can I ask a question about how the Casamara case would affect that?
Well, the Casamara case is not established case law. It's not precedential.
Right.
So right now, it doesn't affect anything.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
Not at this point, no.
When it does become precedential,
Yeah.
is that a moment in time in which an amendment to the LCP will be?
Sure, if there's a need to revise our LCP based on some appellate court decision or some other court's decision that is precedential, then yes, our office could bring that back for council's consideration.
And that does occur. You know, if there is a change in the law that affects our general plan or any other, specific plan, we do come back and bring back amendments to make sure that document is consistent with existing law. Right now, this LCLUP proposed draft is consistent with existing law.
So I think the concern is Can we talk about this in terms of if it's an SSM and if it's not an SSM? Right? So if it's an SSM, you're doing the waiver of rights, but if you had a small remodel project, you're also doing the waiver of rights?
So I think we're conflating, yeah, I mean, so we're conflating SSMs with the risk disclosure, I think, a little bit. So the risk disclosure policy would apply to, it's a condition that would be imposed on a coastal development permit for new development in coastal vulnerability zones or tsunami inundation zones.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be imposed as part of the approvals of that project.
Even a small project.
Right.
So it's not related to SSM?
Not necessarily.
It doesn't matter
No.
if it's an SSM or not?
If I may,
Please.
Yeah.
existing house, you're putting in a new kitchen, doesn't trigger SSM, does it trigger CRI 21?
Say that again?
I need to hear it.
Okay.
I said existing house, you're remodeling your kitchen, doesn't rise to 50%, so it's not triggering SSM. Does it trigger CRI 21?
Well, it would still be development that requires a coastal development permit. And so if you're in the coastal vulnerability zone or a tsunami inundation zone, then it would require this disclosure. And I, assuming it does require a coastal development permit.
Okay. I need to ask it that way to get it.
What would be the requirement for the coastal development permit? I mean, the kitchen? I mean, if it was going to if it was going to change things that drastically for me to put in a new kitchen, I mean, I'm talking someone else. Do you think they would come and get a permit? Probably not, because it's going to inhibit them from a lot of other things, and they're not going to get permits.
Oh, well, I'm looking.
I think the council's question hinges on, and Ms. Kumar can maybe elaborate, but the difference between a building permit, coastal development permit, what's that trigger? Typically, CDP is triggered by a change in the intensity of use. So, a kitchen remodel, bathroom remodel might not be that, but it comes down to, and we're
And Ms. Bizzano is looking up specifically what that definition is, unless Ms. Kumar happens to know. But we can come back to that. It might take us a while to find that definition, so we should move on. And then when we do, we'll bring it back.
Okay.
So this new policy also has a distinction with private applicants, which wasn't there before. And so I just, for the record, I think maybe staff could confirm what is not a private applicant. Obviously, the city, maybe the water district.
Correct. It's just any public agency, right?
Okay.
Any public purpose, which
So
obviously would have to be instituted by a public agency.
So
The
San
city.
Francisco doing something on their golf course wouldn't trigger?
No, it would be a public agency with jurisdiction over permitting. So it would be the city.
Okay, so San Francisco doesn't
No,
count
but it
because
would be
they
the
don't.
city, it would be the coastal commission. It could be the coastal commission.
And then I thought the last bullet point was also very confusing, and perhaps somebody can read that back, or I can.
The one about the public tidelands? Oh, no, maybe about removed or relocated?
Yeah. That the structure may be required to be removed or relocated and the site restored at the property owner's expense. Okay, that makes sense. If it becomes unsafe for occupancy or use due to coastal hazards. And then this red portion is that was added. Including as outlined above, when coastal hazards would necessitate construction of a shoreline protection structure to ensure safe occupancy of the development, and/or as part of shoreline protection structure repair maintenance, if the development is not permitted to obtain shoreline protection, yeah, or in response to certain defined triggers. So the triggers are fine, but yeah, those two about shoreline protections, I'm not sure I understand how those relate to this hazard risk policy. Because, yeah. So if, maybe it's saying if the structure, the hazards are increasing to which the structure needs a shoreline protection structure, then it has to be removed. And/or if the shoreline protection structure in front of it needs to be maintained or repaired, then it might need to be removed. I'm really unclear.
I think what it's saying is that the trigger is if it's clear that the structure can't remain there safely unless there's shoreline protection constructed or changed, then it needs to be removed.
And just to clarify further, understand that this risk disclosure is designed specifically with bullet point 8 to inform the recipient of the permit that if their structure becomes unsafe to occupy or use due to coastal hazards, meaning a fact pattern. Unlikely to happen, but this is what it's intended to provide the disclosure for. In the event a tsunami were to come and that property had a permitted development for the life of the permit, whatever that life is determined to be. And it, you know, my understanding is that it's not in perpetuity. There is a time period for the life of the permit. If during that life of the permit, it is determined that the structure is unsafe to occupy, that property owner would not be able to rely on the existing permit to reconstruct any type of shoreline protection. That is essentially what bullet point 8 is trying to say. Now, is it convoluted? Is it a bit confusing? I will agree with Councilmember Bowles, but this is something that the Coastal Commission is requiring, and if the council is more comfortable with a prior version that perhaps did not include this language, then the council can accept the prior risk disclosure language. But if the council is trying to do what my understanding was from the last meeting, to try to make this a bit more concise, easier to read. Now, it's not all easier to read. Some of it is. This, I will grant you, is not as easy to read, and I'm just telling you what the intent is from including this language, and it really is to disclose to the permittee, should they receive the permit, that you cannot rely on this shoreline protection for future reconstruction of development that is destroyed, essentially. That's essentially all it's saying.
And was that language in the previous one? I'm trying to go back and read that one now. I guess it kind of said some of that maybe in a little bit better way.
Thank you, Sarah.
I will also add that in discussing this with the Coastal Commission staff, they do feel that these edits are necessary to be consistent with the Coastal Act, but to address some of the council's concerns. But to the extent they redlined these changes, it was because the provisions in the Del Norte were not applicable because that was a different jurisdiction with different Coastal Act consistency issues than the city of Pacifica. And you'll recall that we stated, and I can't remember how many meetings ago we've stated this, but every SSRA in the state that the Coastal Commission may certify in an LCLUP is fact-specific for that jurisdiction. There is no one-size-fits-all on all of these issues for the SSRAs. So from their perspective, we tend to agree that their conclusion that this is necessary with the Coastal Act is necessary in order to defend any challenge to the LCLUP, if it were approved, that it is inconsistent with the Coastal Act. So there's a balancing. But I will say that going back to the original risk disclosure that we are trying to address, if that language is more acceptable, the Coastal Commission has already accepted that that language is consistent with the Coastal Act. So if we want to revise it to be more consistent with the Del Norte risk disclosure policy, these revisions to the Del Norte policy are necessary for the city of Pacifica.
The other thing that's missing, I'm just trying to compare the two, is acknowledging public funds may not be available in the future to repair, maintain, and/or continue to provide infrastructure and related services to the property, et cetera, et cetera. And occupancy may be prohibited if such services are no longer available. That seems like an important thing that we've lost.
So you would want to include that?
Well, I think the language protects us better in the previous version. That's what I'm going back to. So,
But what does it do for the people in the homes?
Well, they're both the same in terms of that we've just said, right? This just gives you more information so that you're buying a house there. The city may not be able to do that. So
They give you
count
public
on
funds?
it when you're buying that house, right? There's a lot of things we don't have money to do to maintain. So I'm just not sure why we deviated from this. And so if there were specific things that were objected to in the previous policy, I'd love to talk about that.
And again, the feedback from the council was, and from the community, is there are hazard disclosure policies already approved by the Coastal Commission for other agencies in the state recently. This one was from 2023. Can staff take a look at those and see if Coastal Commission staff would be agreeable that they're okay for Pacifica's LCLUP? And that's what we did. So the council has two choices. The one, the Del Norte one as edited by Coastal Commission, or the previous one we looked at. In essence, they achieve the same thing. The intent of the Del Norte one is that the language is a little bit simpler, and that was the direction from the council, is to seek that out.
And I think it is more streamlined, but, Christine's saying it's also not as extensive, and it doesn't protect the city as much. I think I was more worried about the people who want to develop and what rights they're giving up in so doing. That's really my biggest concern. And we hear, over and over again about overreach and extensive controlling and da-da-da. I'll say that, with the whole issue of tsunami inundation zones, I mean, I understand from a legal point of view why it's important to include that. However, it's not exactly a major occurrence in Pacifica, right? So the likelihood of this occurring is low, yet in case it did, that's why they want, our legal staff wants this in here, and Coastal Commission does as well.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I do want to just clarify that point, that we do believe that in terms of protections for the city that are critical, that both of these risk disclosure policies protect the city. Otherwise, we wouldn't be recommending either or.
In some instances, I think we wouldn't see specific effect for quite some time, given the severity or not of any particular coastal hazard. But in recent memory, if you look at various apartment buildings that needed to find a speedy exit, there are various protections that would have been really handy to have had in place in our documentation at the time. And so in recent memory, I think that might be an apt foil to read these against in terms of real-world experience. And, maybe the question for a city attorney is, would either of these have served the function of helping us in those instances, or would one have served better than the other? Apartment building falling into the ocean.
Yes, I mean, I think generally speaking, if these had been in place, these are helpful to.
Either one.
One better than.
Oh, no, not necessarily.
Okay. Thank you.
And if council is ready, I do have some more information on the definition of development.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there is a definition of development in the land use, the LCLUP, and it's pretty lengthy. It's on packet page 490. And there, I'll just say that there are many exceptions or exemptions to the definition of development. And so also included in the LCLUP is a discussion about those exceptions. And it says under coastal development review, which is packet page 276, it just talks about how, coastal development permits would be issued for development, and that pursuant to the Coastal Act, certain categories of development are exempt from coastal development permit requirements, and these exemptions are generally set forth in Section 30610 of the Public Resource Code and Sections 13252 and 13250 of the California Code of Regulations. So there are a number of exemptions that would allow somebody to forego obtaining a coastal development permit.
In terms of the example we were using of the kitchen being remodeled, I'm looking at this part that says construction, reconstruction, demolition, or alteration of the size of any structure, including any facility of any private, public, or municipal utility, because that seems to come as close to a kitchen remodel as it might, but I don't know if that actually touches a kitchen remodel.
Yeah, I think that could include a kitchen remodel, depending on how extensive it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ms. Bizzano, you referred us to packet page 276, and that's under the implementing policy LDI-2, right? Land divisions?
Yes, I read from the paragraph above, implementing policies. So under coastal development review, the last paragraph.
Thank you.
That's on packet page 276.
Which paragraph?
So it's the third paragraph under the section Coastal Development Review.
The paragraph that starts pursuant to the Coastal Act, certain categories of development are exempt.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
And it cites to the certain statutes and California Code of Regulations, but there's also language in our zoning code that has other layers of exemptions and qualifications on requirements for coastal development permits. So you'd have to read all of those together to decide whether or not a project is subject to a coastal development permit.
Okay.
So I wanted to go back to the paragraph that I read a little bit that I think is missing in the new one. So, and just talk about that, actually maybe in relation to those properties on Esplanade. Acknowledge any adverse effects to property caused by the approved development shall be fully the responsibility of the property owner, including any cost associated with abatement and/or future relocation, removal of the structures due to coastal hazards. So again, this is way beyond permits. This is, the structure may cause problems, right? And what if it fell on someone at the beach? What if,
I'm sorry?
what if it fell on someone at the beach?
That goes back to the Esplanade Apartments.
Yeah.
And when they were about to fall, and we stopped it because of coastal hazards.
Right, but I'm just saying, but this is missing in the new language because we're only talking about permits, not about potential liability for projects that are becoming dangerous. You know, what if there's a flood and a building that's in hazards actually like is blown into another structure? You know, are they required to pay for that? Anyway, I just like that sentence. Any adverse effects to property caused by the approved development shall be fully the responsibility of the property owner.
So, Councilmember Bowles, what would you propose adding that language to? Which number?
Well, it's in CRI 21.
Right, but which number? I mean, there's 8 subcategories, or sub-numbers.
I didn't know we had the option of doing a.
No, I was
thought it
just
was
trying
more
to
of
ask or trying
Yeah,
to ascertain.
I haven't thought about it that
Okay.
far. So,
Thank you.
With regard to the point you just made, Christine, I think that bullet 8 covers it sufficiently, the way in the new language. It's not as strong, but it has the same impact to me. So I'm okay with the current
sorry, I need to go back and read the
Same.
proposed language.
So it looks like we have 2 council members who support the revised CRI 21 that's in the package tonight, that's based on the Del Norte.
And you support it with that language in item 5 that people have objected about?
No, that I'm still worried about.
Okay.
But I don't know what else to do because it sounds like this language is required by the Coastal Commission. My concern is it causing people to waive rights that they would otherwise have, right? If you're developing something new, but if, for the portion of your property that isn't the new development, you're signing a waiver for all of it, right? Your entire property.
Well, we haven't worked out the exact language yet, so we don't know exactly what it'll say, but you're waiving rights that may exist under applicable law for shoreline protection structures for the duration of the permitted development. For the duration the permitted development is present on the property. That's what you're waiving.
Right, and if you're pre-1977, you have a right to that.
But it's not saying you can't go out and get it. It's saying you can't, you're waiving the rights to the protection that's out there currently. Right? Because that's the whole point of this. And you could be waiving any rights to further armor if you need it for this development because you've acknowledged that there are risks associated with it.
But for purposes of having the right, let me think.
But ultimately, the permittee decides, right? I mean, if they don't want to waive that right, then they wouldn't proceed with the permit application. So, I mean, it's not something that's, I mean, they would be able to look at this policy and make a determination on whether or not they wish to proceed is, I think, the key for understanding the implications.
So so you're in favor of the Del Norte plan?
Yes. I mean, I still have that question.
Right.
But
basically.
one versus the other, I like this new language better.
Yeah, I do too.
Likewise.
Sorry, I want to go back to that paragraph.
That's for people.
Because 8 does not cover that, actually. 8 is about the structure may be requiring to be removed. It doesn't talk about anything about protections from damage that the structure might cause. So I still think even if you use the Del Norte, I would like to encourage us to include that policy.
Okay. So you're talking about the last bullet point on the original?
Yes. No. Which bullet point is it? There were so many bullet points and they're not numbered. It was at, doesn't help you. Packet page 56 of my old version is what I was looking at.
Oh, nope, not helping.
New version.
But if staff can pull it back up, the old version, I can point to it.
Do you want me to read the last bullet point of the old version?
It wasn't the last bullet point. It's maybe the one before. Yes, the last one that's on the screen now.
Are we able to transfer one of the bullet points from the old into the new without there being an issue? I said, are we able to transfer one of the bullet points from the old version into the new version without there being an issue?
I can't guarantee that wouldn't be an issue. I think, if I'm understanding Councilmember Bowles' question, if under this new language, if someone has has a CDP, applies for a CDP, signs this disclosure language, and coastal erosion happens and their patio falls off and hurts someone, they're liable for that. This policy covers that. Is that?
It's not. Well, this policy covers that. It's not in the new Del Norte version. The only coverage in the new Del Norte version is for appeals, permit appeals.
That the permittee assumes the risks of injury and damage from such coastal hazards in connection with the permit.
It covers it.
And to Ms. Bazzano's point, the reference to the word appeal, every issue with a permit will be appealed. That's the only way this would come into play. So you have to challenge through an appeal.
No, but I'm talking about 20 years later when the project does damage to something else. The appeal is long gone by then.
But if damage were to occur due to a coastal hazard, they would be required to remove or relocate the site at their expense if it becomes unsafe for occupancy or use due to coastal hazards.
For their own property, but this talks about effects to any property, not necessarily their own. I mean, I think we should move on.
Councilmember Bowles and council, the second bullet point in this recommended language, the permittee assumes the risks of injury and damage from such coastal hazards in connection with the permitted development. They would assume the risk and liability related to their patio falling off the bluff and injuring someone, or other coastal hazard-related incidents that might occur. So from staff and the city attorney's perspective, we're covered on that.
I got it. I'm glad you asked the question, and it's nice to have it clarified.
Okay.
Thank you. Tiger, you have the light on?
That was from a while ago.
Oh, I don't always see them.
No worries. It's not like I'm bashful about it.
Okay, you want to move on to the next item?
Well, are we done with CR 21? We chose the language we prefer.
Yes.
Are we going to move forward with the language we have chosen?
Yes.
Okay.
And the language about armoring in bullet point 5. So just making sure.
I don't,
The other question I wanted to ask about that particular bullet point is how it relates to things in SSRAs, right? Because now you've permitted a project that relies on the armoring, and then you do a little remodel of a kitchen, and all of a sudden, your project can now no longer rely on the armoring.
Are you suggesting we transition into the SSRA discussion?
No, I'm still talking about this particular policy.
Well, it sounded a moment ago like we were about to move on from it, but I think that the segue of connecting it to SSRAs might be pertinent.
No, I understand the point that you're making, and I think that is what I was questioning originally.
So this, yeah, and so let's just say a hotel developer here on the site, uses the armoring to determine their setbacks, and then they do a kitchen remodel or a tiny little addition, and now they have to waive their rights.
Right.
So now all of a sudden, those technical studies that you did that relied on the armoring, you can't rely on that armoring anymore, so maybe your building needs to be set back another 50 feet.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure we're thinking this through, that there aren't unintended consequences.
Right.
And that policy is scary, both for pre-77 structures and other things that might be
I think
relying
my
on the
concern
armoring.
was, I don't want people waiving rights they don't need to waive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty simple. I mean, I'm putting that in a simplistic way. And the question is, does bullet point 5 cause them to have to do that?
And is that a legal issue, as has been brought up by an attorney in the public?
But again, I'm not sure what we
They're
would.
waiving rights to shoreline protection.
Mhm.
But as long as, so in the SSRA's protections there, the Beach Boulevard seawall is there, and it can continue to be there, and in the future could be, renovated and be there for a long time. It's just that the individual who has signed this disclosure, if the seawall were to go away in the future, they don't have a right to new protection that's there.
Well, what this is
They don't have
saying
the
is
right-
that they don't have any right to any protection from the armoring, whether it's new or old seawalls. I'm just wondering if we need a caveat.
But the
right?
protection's there for them.
But they may not be
SSRA
able
is
to
the
rely
caveat.
on it, in which case they might have to remodel their building and pull it out of hazards if they're doing a remodel.
I think you're trying to negate the language of the SSRA policies, which you can't, that is a separate policy. So you have to read all of these policies together
I
in a
understand.
consistent manner. So saying that this is going to completely negate the SSRAs, I think would be inaccurate, because the SSRAs are a separate policy. So this is just saying you if you proceed with the development in the coastal vulnerability zone and the tsunami inundation zone, then you are waiving any rights that may exist to shoreline protections, which means you can't say that we can't remove the shoreline protection or that changes can't be made to the shoreline protection. You're waiving your rights to rely on those shoreline protections that are in place.
So if they're remodeling.
Fairway Park, who's in a tsunami inundation zone, relies on the current berm that belongs to San Francisco. And how are they protected? Do they waive their rights automatically? Because that's an issue. They're not in the SSRAs. And just because they're in a tsunami zone, which could happen in 475 years, they're now giving up their rights to protection of something that we don't even have control over.
Right,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to understand, when would this waiver come into play?
Mm-hmm.
And it would come into play if their property is essentially destroyed, frankly. And so if it is destroyed, why would they want the benefit of prior shoreline protection to reconstruct that property when that property no longer exists? Because then we would be allowing that property to reconstruct. And that, I am positive, would be inconsistent with the Coastal Act, according to the Coastal Commission.
Okay. Let's say you got your property in the tsunami inundation zone in West Fairway.
Yep.
Okay. Let's say that the Coastal Commission disallows the berm that San Francisco currently is operating. It goes away. So now you have a homeowner there who says, oh, I want there to be a shoreline protection there. At that point, they'd have to go straight to the Coastal Commission about that, right?
Correct.
What do you think the Coastal Commission's going to say?
No.
Okay, so do you want the next person to occupy the house to know that it's possible that they're not going to have a choice whether or not they get a shoreline device, or do they want them not to know that?
I want the next person to know that there could be no shoreline protection.
You know, if we happen to have however many $1 million in our back pocket and we really want to go fight with the Coastal Commission about that one house in that moment in time, that's another story. And I think that that's the important distinction, is that right now there is protection, you know, at least for the foreseeable future.
And I'm not talking about a building that's destroyed. I'm talking about in general.
Right. So
if you give up your right in general before your property is destroyed.
in general, that's an example where at the end of the day, it's very likely we do not have a say whether or not they have the protection.
Okay.
And so
we don't.
That's what this is saying.
We have
is,
no say.
Hey, warning, you may not have this protection. Please sign here to acknowledge that fact.
Okay.
That's what that's saying.
And would that be a condition of the Coastal Commission anyway?
Yes.
There are buildings in Pacifica that were built that they've given up their rights. They have said exactly all of these items here. We will, if something happens, we will remove our building. We cannot rely on shoreline protection. And they have these items already that were given to them by the Coastal Commission on the ability to build that building on Pedro Point.
So getting the CDP required them to do those things.
They built a new development, and Coastal Commission, in an appeal, required them to do all of these exact same things. They're on their deed.
But have they required it before for a little kitchen remodel? Not something new, not something with a 50% addition. I mean, that's where this could really affect more of our homeowners.
I think that the issue is pre-1977, because that's where the right to protection exists presently. This language takes away that right. Yes?
I'm sorry, which right?
The right to protection, to protect your property?
Correct. Based on that shoreline protection that existed or exists at the time that you receive that permit.
So it
No.
doesn't take away that protection if they choose to do development, then they can't rely on it in the future if it goes away.
The Coastal Act says they have the right to protect property pre-1977.
But not new development.
Correct.
And so any new development, not SSM, not major, just a small little thing, is triggering waiving those rights.
If it's within the tsunami inundation zone or the coastal hazard zone.
So I think the question is, at what point is it appropriate to ask that they disclose that there's a potential hazard there?
No, it's not about disclosure. This is waiving rights. That's
wait-
why it says waiver, waive.
Okay, I hear you.
Do you see what I mean?
No, I'm hearing you.
Right? And there's another, it's not in this policy. It's where we say agree. We agree to do these things. Anyway, that is the concern I had, is it's not new development, it's not SSM, it's not, a big project. It's a small little project that currently the property includes protection, is allowed to have protection, but to get the CDP to do this little project.
Well, and how are we defining little project, right?
Under SSM.
That is the question.
Less than SSM, like small footprint, small, whatever.
It may not require a CDP if it's a small project. I mean, that is the issue, right? So in our minds, we might be thinking small project, but what does that mean? And I can't think of all those hypotheticals.
Right.
Of what that could include, and I think that's the issue. And I think it's important to remember what the purpose of this risk disclosure, and to a certain extent, is about transparency. And I think, Councilmember Big Stick alluded to that when he's saying, does the council, as a policy decision, want to provide that transparency about the associated with risks with developing new development in the coastal hazard zone or the tsunami inundation zone? Would you want to advise your public, your owners, about that risk sooner rather than later, given the fact that there's a strong likelihood that that CDP may be appealed, could be heard by the Coastal Commission, and that obligation would be imposed in any event. What the concern that I hear from the council, and it's a valid one, is that what about those instances where it does require a CDP, but that CDP is not, in fact, appealed to the Coastal Commission? And does that happen very often? I don't know, number one. Number two, how often would that happen?
Is it in Pedro Point?
In those two zones, right? I mean, remember, because we're not talking about all the areas in the coastal zone, we're talking about these two particular areas. So the universe of potential impacted properties is getting smaller and smaller.
Right, and that's what I asked about a few meetings ago when Ms. Cervantes was here.
Correct.
I was asking, how many properties are we talking about? I know if it's your property, it doesn't matter. If it's one,
Right.
it's one too many.
Right.
But I wanted to have an understanding, are we talking the entire coastal zone?
Coastal hazard zone and the tsunami inundation zone.
Right.
Right? How many homes would be implicated? And I believe Ms. Kumar did look at some of Stephanie's notes to try to reconstruct what her analysis was on that. Ms.
Feels like it
Kumar,
was in
I don't know if you have found anything.
21.
It's just that what she had said at the last meeting about 10 or 12, nothing more, and these are based on the draft maps.
Right.
Wait, what did you say, 10 or 12? That's properties, that's all?
But that's tsunami inundation zone, I believe, correct? Okay, that's
Oh,
just for the
that's just
tsunami
tsunami
invasion.
inundation.
That's
That's
not for the
not coastal
coastal.
hazard. No,
Yeah.
that's much bigger than that.
No.
Yeah, that's almost a manor and,
And when you purchase a home in the tsunami zone, you get a report that tells you that your home is in a tsunami zone. Now, there may be homes that were not previously in the tsunami zone that are now in there, and the people may not know it, but that happens with flood also. The flood zones change, and you might have purchased your property and it wasn't in a flood zone, and it is now. In San Mateo, there's a lot of those. So I know that was a little off
But
transition.
are you advocating for the language because of
Well,
how flexible things change?
things change.
One final thing that I would add that I think it's important for the council to consider is that with regard to this issue, when we're talking about the risk disclosure, the time when it would become most prevalent and important is only when the person is trying to rely on that shoreline protection to rebuild, not any other time. So the question for the council from a policy perspective, which is, what the five of you can deliberate on, is really, do you want to protect those property owners from using that shoreline protection in the event their home is severely damaged due to a coastal hazard? And if you think about that practically, and I know I already alluded to this a little bit earlier, but do you want to protect those property owners with the ability to use prior shoreline protection, because that's the instance that we're really concerned about, in the event their home is severely damaged due to a coastal hazard, like a tsunami or sea level rise? And if you think about 20, 30 years from now, when this may really come to pass, are we going, as a city, or as a jurisdiction, is this council want to re-permit that property when we don't know what the facts on the ground will be after that coastal hazard has destroyed a property? We have the Esplanade apartment buildings as an example, right? If this were them and they were in a coastal hazard zone or a tsunami zone and they had to sign this risk disclosure, would we want them to come back to the city and say, okay, coastal erosion occurred, destroyed my property, I now want to re-permit it, you gave me a permit for that, create a new shoreline protection so that I could rebuild? Would the council want to do that?
No.
That's the policy question.
Would you?
That's what you're talking
Would you?
Nope.
No one would want that on the council.
but I think there's another, it's not just after disasters happen, but sometimes you see erosion and you want to slow it down, right? So, I'm just looking at the map. It's not like there aren't, we've lost the houses on Esplanade that face the ocean.
I know, that's
so-
this dramatic.
Right.
Yeah.
But, those did put down some armoring to slow it down so they could live there a little bit longer. But, if they'd remodeled their kitchen, too bad, right? They would have missed out on that opportunity. And same for Shoreview, which is really at risk. But, maybe some of that
Mayor
development
Pro Tem.
should start to be removed. And also the property at the very north, the Dollar Radio. They put in a lot of armoring that was to slow it down. That's failing again now, but.
Mayor Pro Tem, I feel like you may have asked this question, but I'm going to re-ask it because
Please.
I may have missed it
I feel like
while I was
I'm
digging
not
through.
communicating clearly.
No, vis-a-vis 21, you put in that new kitchen. That new kitchen is not entitled to armoring. But is the rest of the house around of it still entitled to the armoring? Is the kitchen itself the development? And since it's not an SSM, the rest of the house is still entitled to the armoring if it's pre-coastal?
Right, so, right, we discussed this with Coastal Commission, right? That it's the development itself that we're talking about, not other areas of the house.
Okay, so the kitchen's not entitled to the protection, but the house in general is?
Yes, it could be, yes.
Okay, in that case, I'm comfortable with .5, and I'm ready to move on.
During the permitted,
But you're
so
just-
when you say during the duration, the permitted development is present on the property, the permitted development in your example being the kitchen.
Yeah. The kitchen's not entitled to protection, but the rest of the pre-coastal house is.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
You're signing a risk disclosure that goes on your property. It doesn't,
I asked the
Right.
question, I got the answer.
Right, we had discussed that, and that was the discussion with the Coastal Commission staff was about that exact issue, and that's why some of the language changes were made. But, and Mr. Woodhouse reminded me as well that as part of the implementation plan, this would all be discussed and reviewed and worked out into details, right? Because we don't have the language yet, we don't have some of the specifics worked out, but that is an area that we could certainly clarify as part of the implementation.
Well, it would need to be clarified in that specific direction, I think, for some of us to feel comfortable immediately signing off on it, so.
Well, but it says permitted development, so I'm not sure
Right.
what other specific language.
I mean, I am comfortable taking your word for it. I think we should move on at some point, and
I
I'm
know.
not sure what it will
Can we
take.
talk about the maps?
Well, yeah, but I think, are we good on this?
Oh, I am.
Well, the thing is, we switch in .5 from permitted development to structure.
But we did have a majority of the council that indicated that they were in favor of the Del Norte version. So if that's still the case, we could move on with the majority of the council that agrees with the Del Norte
Is that still the
policy
case?
language.
I'm just concerned about the 1977.
And
That's
given,
my problem. I feel like we're not fully covering that. We do in bullet 5, not in 8.
in bullet 5 of this document.
Yeah, because it says permitted development. Now, if the permitted development is a whole house, then it's the whole house.
Right, in which case I think the conversation's moot, and I'm perfectly fine with a brand-new house
Right.
signing off on
I
that
agree.
waiver.
It's the pre-1977.
I'm also comfortable to a point that if it's SSM and it's essentially new development through SSM, okay, that waiver makes sense within the context at least. But if we're talking about the kitchen not precluding the rest of the house, and that'll get hashed out in the IP, then I am comfortable with language as is and ready to go on.
Okay,
Yes?
yes,
Yes?
yes.
Yes.
Anyone down here?
I'm a yes.
Yes. You're
I
not?
don't like this policy, but that's fine.
Consensus.
Okay, there is consensus there. We'll move on. The next item, let's go big and go to the,
Or go home. No, oops, we can't go
yeah,
home.
no, too bad.
All right, cool.
The SSRAs.
Okay,
Okay. Who wants to start that conversation?
I can start. I could start if you want. So I appreciate that the staff report is trying to explain the reasons for them, and I would just like some clarification. So on packet page 239, says policies allow Sharp Park and Rockaway to continue maintaining and modifying existing developments. So can you explain to me specifically how this is different in SSRAs versus the rest of the city? Does this mean that existing buildings in other parts of town cannot be modified or maintained? Because that would be a surprise to me.
Councilmember Bowles, can you state the question again? I was just looking at the language. I didn't.
And I didn't know what language
Sorry,
specifically you're referring to.
239, that's from the staff report there.
239?
It might have been 240.
Let me,
We can,
Specifically would allow West Sharp Park and Rockaway. 239.
yeah.
These policies specifically allow neighborhoods of West Sharp Park and Rockaway to continue maintaining and modifying existing development while providing flexibility for new development.
So,
A benefit not afforded to other areas within the coastal zone.
yeah, so what can the rest of the coastal zone not continue maintaining and modifying existing development?
Very good question.
So this is not the policy language, this is just the staff report, right? Generalizing
Right, but
to
that's
talk
what I'm
about the
trying to
benefits.
understand. I mean,
Right.
staff is telling us these
So-
are important, so I want to really understand.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
why.
so when a property behind an SSRA is developing or wants to redevelop, they can count in their analysis for their project the protection, erosion protection and sea level rise protection that the Beach Boulevard seawall provides or the revetment in Rockaway. That doesn't mean that houses elsewhere in the coastal zone, not in the SSRAs, can't redevelop or develop or maintain. It's just the hazard impact analysis that they're going to undertake is going to be different than what happens in West Sharp Park where the seawall exists and Rockaway where the revetment exists. So because they can calculate in and factor the benefit of the seawall there, which is currently not the case in the old LCLUP and the way coastal works, then it's a benefit to their development potential and a benefit. I've talked about the economic and investment factors that are critical in West Sharp Park, and so it's a benefit to all of that.
Because there's already protection there.
Because there's already protection, and again, the specifics about what defines the SSRAs are very Pacifica specific and reliant on the fact that there's critical public infrastructure, both water and wastewater, that runs down Beach Boulevard, and that's what helps define the SSRAs.
But, but my question was really about, I mean, it's continue maintaining and modifying existing development. So, I mean, I understand for new development, and we can talk about that and what benefits, they might offer later, but, for an existing house on Beach Boulevard, or in Manor, you can still modify it. You're not, I mean, what the SSRA policies have specifically said, and I don't have it handy, is that the only thing it really helps you with is setbacks. So in terms of existing development, it doesn't really help you if you're doing a remodel and you're.
Well, if you're doing a remodel and it's substantial, right, it's going to be an SSM. You need to do the technical reports, right?
Right.
To show what impact sea rise, et cetera, is going to have. Coastal erosion, da-da-da. If it's in the SSRA, when that technical analysis is performed, it can factor in the seawall as part of the conditions that impact that property.
For example, 1567 Beach Boulevard, which Coastal Commission said there was no seawall. There is a seawall there. But if they're in the SSRAs, they're allowed the protection of that seawall. So they may not have to build back 100 feet because they have the protection of a seawall. And when you have the technical reports done, they're considering the seawall.
And so what you're saying is the hazard mitigation or response to the hazard would have more to do with setback than with whatever armoring.
Yeah, I mean,
may
it
be done.
specifically says that in one of the SSRE policies, which we'll get to later, that's all that it really helps with. So
I wanna look at that.
you're looking at your foundations, you're looking at flooding, maybe other risk and how, but that's really all that it is helpful for you for. And yeah, and I mean, actually, the Coastal Commission did allow 1567 to look at the armoring on that project.
They did not.
No, they did. I read
They
the
did.
staff report. They did.
They just,
And
told them they
that
could
was
build-
not the reason it was rejected.
it was about
They
the
told them
access.
They could have 0 houses there.
But that was not because of the seawall, that was because of the access
And how
the
about the
hazards.
setback?
They determined the setback based on what the
100
staff report
100
said
feet.
was the 40-year life of the seawall, which we now know that's, at least half off, plus looking at the full hazards 35 years after the seawall. So in all of these instances with the SSRAs, the seawall's life is not for the full development life. So you're still having to look at it for beyond that when you're doing that analysis.
Right. Okay, so you said you don't have the SSRA policy in front of you. I think we
No,
need
I
to
can't.
find it
No, I can
because
find
that's
it.
what we need to discuss.
456.
Thank you.
And one other point I'll add about the SSRAs is it sort of like, take Beach Boulevard for an example. There's a series of homes, some of which are pre-Coastal Act, some which are not, and the SSRA policy kind of makes equivalent the fact that everybody can rely on that protection in their redevelopment.
Yeah, so it's CRI 39 that talks about the setbacks, which is on page 457 in the red line version.
Uh-huh.
Um,
39, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So the area's map may rely on shoreline protection structure in the area that is existing at the time of the permit application. So for now, it would be the old seawall, not the new seawall, to help demonstrate that the setbacks meet the requirements of policies CRI 19 and 20. So there's no other benefit in terms of your design that I see here, and staff can tell me if I'm wrong, other than where your setback is in relation to the ocean. So it's not really that helpful for existing buildings.
Can someone just tell me the packet page again?
457.
And I think I'd like to point out that CRI 38 is important. I mean, all the policies in this particular section of the LCLUP are associated with the special shoreline resiliency area. So in my mind, you can't just look at that one provision of CRI 39 about setbacks. You have to look at all of the policies that relate to the SSRAs to understand how they all work together. And so one of those policies is CRI 38, which talks about public infrastructure along the shoreline in special resiliency areas that allow the public infrastructure to rely on existing shoreline protection. There's also CRI 40, which talks about armoring in special resiliency areas. So there's other policies that provide a little bit of context to the SSRAs besides just the fact that it's.
But this is the only one that's about development. That's what we're trying to understand, is how it affects, new construction and existing construction.
Right.
And as far as I know, that's the only benefit, is the setback. So again, we haven't done like a whole cost-benefit analysis of all this, and so I think it's important for us to have really clear in our mind, like specifically what the benefits are, and if they're worth the cost of all these mitigations and programs that we're going to have to do too.
I don't have hard data in my head, but I do have clarity around what cost and benefit might look like vis-a-vis these policies.
Yeah, please.
Go.
Sure. So, often finesse and dancing is required when trying to figure out how to communicate things in the best way possible, and I'm going to try and shy away from dancing as much as I can, I think. You're not wrong. What this implies is there may be new development, but I think more to the point, the reason why I'm inclined to favor this is because it has something to do with balance. I hear folks say, don't take away my ability to protect my property, or for that matter, to develop in places where there's opportunity for the city. And I hear folks saying, well, that seawall means no beach, so get rid of it already. I'm hearing both those things. The place I'm oriented fundamentally, coming onto the council before, pressing a button, is the notion that whichever version, we need the protections that allow us the timeline to address it. So that's the first thing. That's my general orientation, and I think I've said it from the dais enough that I have a public record around that. But after that, when I read these policies, what I like about them is that, while yeah, some people might not like that it implies there will be a seawall for a while, it might even become a little bit stronger so that that Clarendon Gap can be covered over, so maybe flooding can be alleviated for the new water district building amongst the neighbors in Palmetto that I got to visit last winter when they had that horrible flooding. But not only that, there are policies in here that require us to proactively start working on the larger issue. And so sure, from a pro-property stance, there's lots here to be happy about. I think from a pro-environment stance, there's also lots here to be happy about, because if we actually want to keep this thing, we have to do the hard work that has been very difficult through this entire 15-year LCLUP update process. Because once we say, yes, we're going to do it, if we don't do it, then we're not just potentially harming a large neighborhood, but our tax base, our infrastructure, the taxes people are going to have to pay if we are to investigate moving our infrastructure prematurely. And so this is a lot of hard work to the tune of decades long. And as I read this, and I spent all night reading every red line in this thing and going over what that 10-year timeline looks like to get the fullness of the programs up and running, it looks like that, unlike the last 15 years where we've been quibbling about how it is we're going to update the thing, the next 10 years will be, oh, we really have to update what we're doing. Not the theory, the practice. And if we don't actually do that, then Coastal Commission says, so sad. That's what I like about this. I think it strikes the right balance.
I think you're talking about accountability.
Yeah,
Is that a fair word to put to it?
While we're haggling over what's the best philosophy from, predominantly two camps,
Right.
we could actually be doing the work. And this is a balanced approach that facilitates actually doing the work.
But the work that's really needed for what you just talked about is the adaptation plan and not the mitigations for the special shoreline resiliency areas. Those are separate. The adaptation plan is the hard work of looking at what we're going to do for our coast, having a vision, figuring out where it makes sense to armor, where it makes sense to do nature-based solutions, actually having triggers over time, which we've managed to delete out of this whole document now. So it's not about your property's at risk tomorrow, but when this starts to happen, this is something you need to start thinking about. And that's what's been so hard for the community. I agree. That's the adaptation plan, though, and that's separate from the mitigations for the SSRAs. And I want to go through that policy too, but I think you can't conflate the two. We need to do that work, and we need to be doing that adaptation plan to be eligible for funding for SB 272. Again, that's the adaptation plan. That's not the mitigations for the SSRAs. Those are whole separate policies and staff. And yes, maybe there's grants, and I'm not saying they're bad projects to do, like a parking garage at Rockaway. But are those the things we really need to be focusing on right now? And so So, you know,
Until we actually have the implementation plan in place, we can't just, brush it aside as a parking lot over there. And I think that what this does is it specifically ties that adaptation work to having this area protected.
It's not about, but again, you're conflating the area protected with these policies that allow development to rely on the armoring. The area being protected, we're working on the seawall. GHD has clearly told, council direction is to work on that project. We have been working on that project, and we're looking for funds to go to the next stage. GHD has told us that the seawall can be approved with the 1980 local coastal plan. So again, it's not about the protection, it's about whether these policies to allow more development in these hazardous areas and to allow reliance on seawalls, which is against the Coastal Act without major mitigations, are necessary and valuable and something that we should be spending our time and money on. And that's where I'm not convinced that they are yet.
I think, if I might.
Yeah, please.
I think, there's been discussion about neighborhood approach, which is a generic term for SSRA, right? SSRA is the Pacifica specific iteration of that. First out of the gate, I'll give you that, but that's what it is. And the reason all of these are being discussed, they're being discussed in Pismo. We heard the presentation from Humboldt. The reason this is on the table is because people, by people, I mean cities, were not getting their LCPs done. LCPs are old. LCPs are not addressing climate change. They're not addressing sea level rise. And the reason they don't is because, what we've just been going through for all this time, and the concerns of the residents in these coastal communities, that there's going to be some policy the city's going to adopt as a requirement of the Coastal Commission that is going to harm their investment and take away. And so there's this tug of war that's been going on and on and on. And will go on ever more, as far as I'm concerned. And I think Senator Laird said, the hell we're going to have a tug of war forever. We're going to have Senate Bill 272, and everybody's going to have to get their LCPs done in 10 years' time.
Yeah.
So what I know is that getting this LCP updated is the best step forward for us in terms of being able to benefit from funding that is available to do the adaptation, the deep dive into adaptation. The adaptation plan that we have currently that we're working off of, that was in such contention, and to this day you will have many people argue about it, didn't include a robust, extensive community discussion. It didn't. And that's what we need. And that's what I was talking about in Monterey. And I know some in the community who called in public comment think I'm just BSing, but I'm not. But what I don't think is beneficial to us is to stop everything we've done with this work to go do that first. I think both can be done. And I think we're talking about phasing our LCPs as well. I mean, who wants to go through this? Nobody. But we have to. And so we've got to get caught up from 1980 and then be able to work on sections of our LCP so that we're not trying to do the whole thing at one time. I mean, I'm hopeful that this is going to be successful. It might not. And if it's not, well, then we're back to the what parts can we keep, what parts do we have to modify, and perhaps that's the approach. But that's not the road we're on right now. And so what I'm trying to say is, in terms of why are we even talking about SSRAs, why even have it? It's so weird and nobody supports it. And Surfrider has so many comments against it, et cetera. The reason is because it will move us forward. It will get us going on our plans, and our LCP will oversee those, or will govern them, whatever. So that, and then the other point I wanted to tie back is the coastal, what's it called? The mitigation plan against the SSRA?
Coastal Access and Resiliency Program.
Say again?
Coastal Access and Resilience Program.
Thank you. I cannot believe that those two, that is not tied to the adaptation plan. Those are completely overlapping. So it seems like that plan, we talked about it being the general plan for the coast, right? A CIP for the coast. These are the projects that we're going to be wanting to do. They're not different other projects. It's all part of that adaptation, right? Isn't it?
I think they're different. I think they're mitigations. I mean, just like, when we're doing the seawall here and designing the public park and other access down to the ocean, yes, those are a nice part of the project, but they're not the basic adaptation, right, to protect from the hazards. And they're mitigations for this armoring, right? And
yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like, and that's, some of the language that was put in the September 17th version was like eyebrow raising for me as far as the duration of some of these things. It feels like that is also being changed or constrained. And again, I think it's because we're moving us forward. And I disagree. I think even though I keep using the word mitigation because it's the closest word I can use, I understand the notion of offsets, if you will. I believe the way the policies are written and the way that the discussions have gone on, that the Coastal Commission expects that shoreline coastal something.
Coastal Access and Resilience Program.
Coastal Access and Resilience Program to be much more than basic mitigations written into the way the seawall project is going forward, et cetera.
Well, yeah, because they say you're going to have to look at removing armoring in other areas. You're going to have to look at nature-based solutions. You're going to have to look at purchasing vulnerable coastal properties. All of those are hugely expensive things.
We're going to have to do that.
That are part of mitigations that aren't necessarily part of the adaptation plan. I don't know. I mean, to go back, I mean, I completely agree with what the group, I'm, grateful that you're working with them on looking at neighborhood-based policies, and I've been listening to those meetings, and even to Eric Friedman again at the Coastal Cities Working Group at our recent Cal Cities conference. But everything I heard there, what the commissioners have said and what Eric has said is that the intent of those policies is to be able to look broader so that you can do nature-based solutions as a first policy, that should always be your goal, and that armoring is the last thing. And my concern is that we're jumping into armoring here without having looked at those other options.
But we already have
We're not building new armoring here. We're talking.
But look, let's think about Rockaway. Here we're working on our armoring, on our new armoring, and I'm not questioning that. Let's look at Rockaway, right? That beach has been armored. I've talked to. It's really hard to walk out on the beach on the north side because of all the rocks and boulders and so forth. And actually, our permit conditions haven't been reanalyzed, but. The surfers that I've talked to say that that used to surf there 30 years ago, they used to be the best surfing in town. Now they can't because of the reflections on the armoring. We only have a tiny little beach left at the north. The adaptation plan that was done before called for sand nourishment there. That would negate the need for armoring. That would rebuild coastal beaches that are better to draw our tourists. That would improve the surfing and the environmental solutions. And yet here we are, we're not looking at that. We haven't done that vision. We haven't really thought about what's possible there. We're just saying there's armoring there, therefore there's always going to be armoring, you know, in perpetuity.
I don't think
as
that's
well.
what we're saying. I don't think we're saying there's always going to be armoring. I don't think so. And also, I mean, you know what I'm curious about? I'm curious about what the Coastal Commission would say about these policies, because I don't know that yet. I don't have that feedback from the Coastal Commission.
No.
And I'm super curious.
They haven't looked at these policies, but they have said that the intent of neighborhood
But
is
my point, thank you, and it's time for me to finally make one,
I'm sorry.
is
Please.
that I'm curious about what they're going to come back with. Because right now, I don't have any of their feedback on this. So this is like pie in the sky, red writing.
Yeah.
And and I really do wonder that if we were to send this to them, what would they come back with?
And they might reject it.
And we did,
Right.
we did look at nature-based solutions. We did. We looked at groins, we looked at.
Groins aren't nature-based solutions. That's hard armoring, too. I'm sorry.
Well, obviously, we have a lot to learn, too.
We do.
Right?
And that's
And
part of
we
the
all do.
education I want to bring.
We all do.
That's the big project, yeah.
To me.
And the Coastal Commission is going to tell us. They're going to tell us.
Right, and so
What
what
we're gonna
happens
do.
if it's, so I want to ask you all, what happens if they say no to this? Do we throw this all out the window?
Well, then it comes
is
back
this
to council and you get to
documented?
have another
I
conversation.
know, but
that.
what does happen? We don't know. Ding, question mark. We don't know. But we're not going to know if they don't have an opportunity to tell us. And I think that's what I'm really super curious about. So when I look at this red writing, I don't feel like I'm for it or against it. I feel like I just want to know what the Coastal Commission is going to come back with. Because you never know. They might come back with, oh, well, you can change this and this and this, and then we'll have that conversation about this and this and this. But right now, I don't know any of that. That's it.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't,
And
it may come back and they say no.
Yeah,
Right? And
it
then,
might.
and,
It's
and what my
emerging.
hope is that we don't
Right.
throw all this away and say that.
Oh, yeah.
Because for me, I can approve this without these SSRAs. I don't think they're necessary. The hard work and the policy and the adaptation is in here otherwise.
City manager?
Yeah.
And I'll make a motion in 5 to 10 minutes.
No, I understand.
Maybe like this.
My question for you is I understand that there is an Army Corps study of our coastline that we're really hoping happens at some point. And I hear Christine talking about sand nourishment in Rockaway, which doesn't sound like the worst idea to me, but wouldn't we need that study to kind of facilitate things like that going forward?
Yeah, there's several studies. The large one you're talking about is the general investigation of the entire Pacifica coastline, and if we can get that funded at the federal level, then it looks at all of the feasibility of different adaptation strategies for the coastline, you know, scope to be defined on that. And then there's other smaller specific continuing authorities program projects that are two that are currently underway with Army Corps.
So just when I'm listening to Rockaway, I'm thinking, well, we have infrastructure that's vital there as well, but we also have pretty much all of our visitor-serving hotel space right there, and especially if we're negating a good swath of STRs, we really want to keep those hotels protected. And it's not because I think you're wrong in terms of other approaches that would be better than hard armoring. What I'm saying is this methodology allows us to live long enough to figure out those other methodologies.
And meanwhile, protect our infrastructure that we need to protect now until we work out a plan to move the pumps and move what's underneath. To me, we have to do this now.
You know, those
We
are
can't wait until we lose things like Esplanade or.
Well, and that's exactly my concern, is that all this focus on this is taking away, I mean, the other adaptation plan is only has a 10-year timeline. These have a 5-year timeline to start working on these projects. Meanwhile, we do have more red tags coming in Manor. I mean, that's coming from the city manager soon. and we're not doing anything in the short term there either. So what I'm saying is that this, if you're for these policies, fine, but you have to know that this is where staff is going to focus their efforts and other things are going to have to go, right? And
If the Coastal Commission accepts this.
if they accept it, and if we decide we can go through without it otherwise, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and waiting for them to accept it, going back and forth, potential lawsuits, all are more time that we're losing, that we're not getting started on the hard work that we have to do.
That's true.
Well, we have an adaptation plan in place that was completed in 2017. Is it perfect? No. Is it, up to date? No, because it was done in 2017. But it's a start. I mean, it was the requirement for us to even, it was the ticket to be able to submit an LCLUP update. So that's our document for now.
Right.
And until we undertake another iteration of that, which I maintain must be rolled out with substantial community involvement. Because every section of our adaptation plan has different policies and recommendations associated with it. The people that live or work or whatever, generally, the city is interested, but you know that the people in Manor are more concerned about what's right here in Manor than they are with what's happening Pedro Point. I mean, it's just human nature.
Right.
And so I envision not one giant meeting that's all day long at Terra Nova, as the process. I envision smaller community town hall style input exchange of information type meetings. Now, do we have the staff for that? No. But we could get grant funding to help us with that. And I think it's incumbent upon us to get the LCP completed, submitted, and work on getting those grants that you can't get until you have your LCP done. We're this close, and is it perfect? No, it isn't. And some people would say it's the furthest thing from perfect I've ever seen in my life. But, we have to look at the entirety of the city and take in all those pieces of input, and we were taking an input from outside of the city because the shoreline and the coastline is for everyone. So, but yet we hear public comment, no, you only have to answer to the people that who elected you. It's true, we do, but we have a larger scope of responsibility. And, this has been coming for a while. It just hasn't been at this fever pitch that everyone is now experiencing.
Well, and what would happen if they just throw these out? Say Coastal Commission's like, we're not doing any of those.
That's what happened before.
But then what would happen? Would it come back and then we could have the rest of these
So-
things move forward, except for the plywood, which I still want to talk about?
Yeah, no, I can comment on process a little bit. To answer your early question, we know that coastal staff and the executive director supports this document, supports the SSRAs, and will be recommending them to the Coastal Commission. She can't guarantee how the Coastal Commission is going to vote, thus your curiosity, all of our curiosity about what their decision would be. With this package of recommendations, the likelihood is that coastal staff will recommend it certified as submitted. And that means if the Coastal Commission does that, it doesn't have to come back to the City Council for any further action. The alternative, and Ms. Kumar outlined this in the last slide of the presentation, the alternative is that they sort of tear it apart, the Coastal Commission tears their staff's recommendation apart and makes modifications and then says, this is certified as modified, send it back to the Pacifica City Council to yay or nay on it. If the answer is nay, we've withdrawn our LCLUP update application. If the answer is yay, then it's a certified document.
I move we extend the meeting to 12 o'clock.
I second.
Please vote.
Sorry, Mary.
It's okay.
I know you have school.
No, it's all good.
And the motion to extend to 12 o'clock by Big Stick and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer passes unanimously.
I mean, I feel like I hear a consensus in terms of passing these on.
Can I ask one more question?
Oh, yeah.
Because in my list of items, the maps, there's landslide maps, there's tsunami maps, there are some maps that aren't updated. Can we just make that like an amendment later? Or because the tsunami maps are not necessarily the tsunami inundation or I mean, the two different zones.
So regarding maps, the council approved a contract with ESA for $100,000 to update the maps, including the tsunami inundation zone. So for the new OPC data, the coastal hazard maps and the tsunami inundation zone map, and but contingent on council's adoption of this, submitting it to Coastal Commission, because otherwise council may not want to consider spending the $100,000 if we're not pursuing an LCLUP update. So if this is approved, then we start the contract with ESA, and there's a several-month, I'm seeming to recall, I haven't looked at the scope in a while, but several months of work to do that. And I had previously said that the idea is that, you know, those maps updates could occur before Coastal Commission hears this, could occur at the same time, could occur shortly after. The point being that once maps are updated, then the LCLUP or our submittal is amended with those new maps, and that benefits those applicants seeking CDPs at that time. And you know, so that's the status of the map being updates.
Thank you.
But the landslide maps are frickin' in the general plan. We can just put them in, right? Is there any reason we can't add those immediately? There's 3 new landslide maps that we put in the general plan.
I am not recalling the discussion or status of that. That might qualify, unless I hear otherwise, as just an administrative change to the final submittal.
Yeah, I'm not clear what, I mean, so your position, Councilmember Bowles, is that the maps, the landslide maps and the LCLUP need to be replaced with the ones in the general plan?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that could just be an administrative revision if we're not having ESA update those maps.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, I've just been asking for it for 10 months now. It feels like.
You've been asking for maps for as long as I've known you, Councilmember Bowles.
That's been my big issue.
That's why I brought that up.
Thank you.
As I was saying before, are we looking at consensus around SSRAs, or are there further questions?
I have questions about plywood.
Right, so
Plywood, that's.
I would suggest we,
Oh, but I also have a couple of other items, small items.
regarding SSRAs?
Strike it.
Well, tangentially, yes, because they relate to the maps. We heard from Richard Harris about the missing wheelchair ramp on item 13A on table 3-1 coastal access points. And the map that relates to that is on packet page 506, I think, unless it's from an earlier version. So there is reference to ADA access on the berm, which is true. For wheeled mobility, you can go down the berm.
Yeah.
I love that. But it just falls short because it doesn't say there's a wheelchair ramp, which there is. And when this was first being discussed 100 years ago, there wasn't. It got built in the relatively recent years. as a condition of approval for the berm, San Francisco City and County was required to do that. It should be reflected in here.
There's a staircase also.
Yeah.
Those should be reflected. They should be updated to and accurate, and they just aren't right now, and I don't think it's a big deal to put that in. It's there. So I would like to advocate for that.
Yeah, I think, also that's a change that we can make. This can, instead of saying ADA access on the berm, it can say that, and access to the beach, and the star can be moved on the map a little bit further north, like the Gulf Alliance recommended.
Good. That was
And
important.
that falls under kind of the administrative cleanup
Okay.
capacity.
And that's the ADA ramp and the staircase. Cool.
Yes.
And then there was a comment about 6.2, like that map is not here, and, right? Isn't that what Jeff said?
That's the map that,
That we're
that we're updating. And there is a
That's
version,
what I thought.
a draft version in here that I'm assuming we're submitting to the Coastal Commission.
That's on page
Yeah.
521.
But it does, but
Thank
it's,
you.
but that doesn't relate to the 6.2, and it might need a note on it, just so that
I
they
wanna
know
look
what
at
that is.
Yeah.
Right.
Isn't 520, the map on 521 supposed to be the placeholder for 6.2? Staff, please correct me if I'm wrong on that.
This is the map, the tsunami inundation map.
Thought that's what we were talking about.
No,
Oh, okay.
we're not.
I apologize.
What we're talking about, although there's no reason that shouldn't be consistently on every map, what we're talking about is this map on page 506.
We were talking about that a moment ago. Is that 6.2?
And then I was talking about
No.
the tsunami inundation map.
Oh, okay, maybe I'm,
And the changes that are going to happen with that.
oh, that's going to be updated when all of the
Yeah.
maps are done.
And that's a part of the ESA package.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is, because,
And the flood map.
we appreciate the effort that was put into this, but it wasn't done by a coastal engineer.
Right.
It wasn't. And we needed, that's why I was very relieved to hear that it was part of the scope of work for the maps. Since it's figures prominently in our policies.
Yeah.
Tsunami inundation zone and all that.
Yes. Vulnerability or inundation.
Every 475 years.
If right, it says it right there.
That's right.
Get her done.
Okay.
SRAs? Consensus?
I am okay with it.
I am.
For sure.
I have other objections that I'd like to raise for the record at some point, but I can do that at the end, so.
You can do it now. We're talking about it now.
All right. I just want to make sure we have time for other things too. All right. So, yeah, if SRAs are in here, I'm not going to be able to vote for this document, so. As other people have said, these policies allow more development in harm's way. We know these areas are already Zone 5 in the FEMA maps, coastal high hazard areas. Just reading a little bit from actually the 1567 Beach Boulevard from the neighbors, conditions are becoming increasingly more severe with more frequent over the lifetime. People that have lived there 30 years, overtopping, even huge rocks blown over, people walking, slammed by waves, even to the back wall of garages, flooding, moving a parked car. Nicholas Langhoff, owner of 1581, said, "We have a moral obligation to develop safely." And related to that, one of the findings on page 244, let me pull that up.
Of that document?
No, the findings
The resolution.
in the resolution.
In the resolution?
Number 4, the City Council of Pacifica does hereby find as follows: the public health, safety, and general welfare are best served by adoption of the revised certification draft LCLUP with alternative modifications. And I don't think that's true. It's not health and safety are the best policies that we're approving with those plans. Like I said, we haven't analyzed the costs and the benefits to know if these are things that that are really helping development. We're now saying that we're going to be providing that analysis of the seawalls. We don't know what the cost is of that. It took 4 coastal engineers to do it wrong for 1567. Like, what are the costs to the city of doing these programs? And what are the real benefits to development and therefore to cities' future finances if they're there? Because, like I've said, there's, for new development, there's not much space here. There's 1567, and I spoke with him yesterday. While he made a comment supporting this, he's not using these policies for his own project. He's decided that he wants to live there and he wants to live out of the hazards, and he doesn't want to rely on the seawall. He wants to know that he's going to be safe and that his project is going to last. So my concern is that what these policies do by allowing reliance on seawalls that may or may not be there and certainly won't be there for the life is that we're going to get developers who are in for a quick profit, who want to build as cheaply as they can and then sell it, and then we're stuck with projects that aren't going to last as long. That's technically, I think that's what we're going to get. Again, huge amounts of staff time. We're 2 years behind on our housing element. We've taken 2 years to work on this STR ordinance. This is a huge, even just the adaptation plan, which we need to work on, is a huge amount of new staff work. We're not even talking about the new policies and the housing element that we've committed to. Do we have the capacity to do this?
Do you want to just keep waiting and waiting and waiting?
No, I'm saying we can approve it. I'm saying we haven't analyzed the real costs to staff and to the city of doing the SSRA. So I'm just finishing this.
Okay.
And again, we're tying us in for a certain period of time, 20, 25 years, without doing our visioning. And that really should be what comes first. And then actually talking to Alec more, part of the problem with these policies, again, thinking about from the developer's side, they rely on certainty, right? They want to know what the rules are when they're designing their projects so that they don't have to backtrack. Well, one, we have no idea when these policies might come into being. Even if the Coastal Commission approves it, we have to do public engagement and have these policies and projects in line and, a timeline for them. We have to keep approving it. If we're not doing our work, if we don't do a project, even one project, the Coastal Commission could pull it, right? So you could have a project that you're analyzing with us, and all of a sudden, oops, you've got to go back and completely redesign it, redo your engineering, and maybe you've got to set it back further because you're partway down the process and the rules have changed. And then the policies could be pulled at any time. They have an expiration date that's short. And I'm still really confused. Again, if you're using these policies, I think you're still having to do the risk disclosure, right? That you can't rely on armoring in the future. So again, I don't understand what that means to your project in the future. If something happens that you have to fix, or you do a small remodel or whatever, and then all of a sudden, oops, no, you can't have a 100-foot setback, you need 150. What does that mean to your project? Anyway, I know we've gone down this path for so long. We never did really stop and say, can we approve the Coastal Commission's modifications without that? And for me, I don't think all this is worth the risk and the money. And it violates the Coastal Act, right? So the mitigations are going to have to be substantial. And I think we've heard that from the Coastal Commission and
According to the Attorney General, apparently this does not violate the Coastal Act.
And if it does violate the Coastal Act, then the Coastal
We'll know.
Commission's going to let us know that.
Right. Well,
Right?
it violates it without all these mitigations, right? It's, I mean, that's what the city attorney has said. It's, so, and anyway.
But could we approve it without the SSRAs? Is that an option? I mean, I don't know what would happen. I'm just asking.
It's an option. I'm against it.
I hear you. I know you are. I'm still interested in the Coastal Commission's feedback, so I would like to hear their feedback.
Okay, that's 2.
I would as well.
Madam Mayor, if we have consensus on the point of SSRAs, I request a 5-minute recess before we go into plywood.
No. I want to do the plywood and be done.
I guess you can begin. I'll be right
We'll
back.
wait.
Go, you can get it
We can
started.
wait for 5 minutes. I'll go with you, except for not really. 5 minutes, please, Mayor.
Okay, 5 minutes.
I promise.
Thank you.
I'll make it 4.
Okay. Look at how.
2.5 is really all I need for a good job.
I've been thinking about it for such a long time.
When they're ready, they're ready. Okay, 11:13, we're back in our meeting. I'm going to ask a question. What if we said we wanted to put the plywood back in? What would Coastal Commission say back to us? I'm sure you have an answer for that.
So I can only say what Coastal Commission has said to us thus far. I can't say how they would, if council draws a line in the sand and says, we want this exception in here, I can't say how, in the end, they'll react and what they'll recommend to the commission, and can't say what the commission would do, right? But to date, Coastal Commission staff has said that plywood on roofs is a structural component, and it's not an exception or an exemption in the SSM definition.
And the mayor's mini research indicates plywood is sheathing. So,
Underlayment, which they allow underlayment.
So to that point, if you look up underlayment, it generally refers to the different cloth and types of plastic coating that is the waterproofing on a roof.
But when I looked it up in the last meeting, they clearly in the Lowe's and Home Depot showed certain widths of plywood as underlayment. So I don't know, best underlayment. And they have all different types. But, I don't know, I see that as a way to get around it. Or weatherproofing or waterproofing, because I can't weatherproof my roof without it. Right? If I don't, like in my example earlier that I used where I have shingles,
right,
I've got to have it. I'm not going to put wood shingles back.
right. Fire danger, we don't want
Fire.
wood shingles, right?
Right.
And the other example that we discussed at some length in a previous meeting had to do with roofs and whatever work would need to be done to the roof to enable solar panels. While I know one of the exceptions in that section said something like, according, something about state laws, we have to allow for the implementation of state laws, blah, blah, blah. It isn't a law that you have to put solar panels on your roof, but it's certainly encouraged. It's certainly, every installation, I mean, Christine knows better than I do on this, but everything I hear that talks about, you've got a battery backup and solar panels and all of this if you're trying to do a proper job electrifying. So it feels like the trend is going in that direction. And I think about all these old homes in Pacifica that maybe they've made it through 2 or 3 sales with no roof done. And it's an as-is purchase. And then you get your roofer in there to take a look and they're like, oh, you gotta do the plywood. I just feel like a roof is a basic necessity that we shouldn't be quibbling over and plywood should just be included. Because it feels like, what kind of a roof can you have without plywood?
So does it matter that on page 238, they include the word sheathing, but in our other, it doesn't say sheathing? Should it say sheathing? Does that make a difference?
I thought it did.
No, not in our, it says other non-structural roof materials.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't say sheathing.
It should.
Look at sheathing.
Sheathing.
It's all plywood.
Well, so the staff report says they agree that any non-structural repair of roof sheathing could be included in the catch-all other exclusion.
Yeah.
So are you saying you want to call it out specifically?
Well, it says other non-structural roof materials.
Sheathing. Every piece
wait,
is,
something moved.
it was all plywood.
Do you see what I'm saying
Yeah.
on 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Right,
But it doesn't say sheathing.
right.
I don't know if it would be helpful or not. That's what I'm just trying to say. Is it going to be helpful for our people who need a roof to have the word sheathing here? I don't know the answer to that. I think so, but
Well, I do think so because this has been such a bone of contention.
Yeah.
Back and forth, back and forth.
and if they
I think
said
we need
this,
clarity.
then we can put it. Oh, here comes the city attorney.
There we go.
It sounds like, Councilmember Beer, you're suggesting adding to Romanet 5, other non-structural roof materials, including but not limited to sheathing.
Yes.
Okay. And do a majority of the council
I
members
agree.
support that?
I can live with that.
Okie dokie.
Especially since we looked at it. You? Doesn't matter.
So,
What? What?
So even if you don't like the one element, Christine, you could still have a voice in other elements that might go through anyway, so.
so the next question is,
You're not
how are
completely
we going to define sheathing? It has to be a non-structural
Yeah, sheathing is often structural. I mean, even plywood
Component.
sheathing on the outside of a house is seismic.
But they agreed to it.
Well, but I think they were just saying that it could be considered non-structural materials. And that would be, as indicated earlier, that would be up to the city to make that determination. So
Okay, we'll make it.
I'm not a roofer, so I don't know. Are we able to define sheathing in a way that is non-structural?
If I could, I just,
Our architect
to.
says no.
No.
I don't want to.
if I could just, I typed in roof sheathing, also known as roof decking, is a layer of wood or other material that's installed on the rafters of a roof to provide support and a flat surface for the shingles and other roofing components. So I think to add sheathing in here is this, from the Coastal Commission staff's perspective, from what we've heard, is the same thing as adding in plywood, roof sheathing, or sheathing. They're going to treat it the same as not being an exception.
And
other
I guess
exclusion.
the answer that we came back with, because we did push hard I know, on this with the Coastal Commission is that, and I think sheathing would be another example of this. It's going to be up to the city to determine whether or not that sheathing or that plywood is structural. I understand that we are all assuming that all sheathing and all plywood is structural. And in some instances it may be, but I believe in other instances it may not be. And so what this language allows, what we were able to negotiate with the Coastal Commission, is that the determination of whether those sheaths, is that what you call them? Sheaths and plywood would be structural, that determination is going to be within the city.
But they objected to the word plywood. It's like if it says wood, then it's structural, so it's a no. It's pretty simplistic.
But they also agreed, and your city attorney is telling you this is now part of the record, right? They also said that not all plywood would be structural. And they pointed to the language that it is going to be within the city's discretion to determine whether or not sheathing, plywood, in any facts-based determination is structural. And that is, it's not a lot of discretion, but it is some discretion. So that determination will be with the city. And because I am telling you that is the legal interpretation, and if you all agree with my interpretation, that will be the law. Because ultimately, if there is a question about how we are interpreting and implementing this policy, this, which will be verbatim in the minutes, this interpretation of the council's intent will be the law.
And it says, what Mary read, they would not add it to the list, but agree that any non-structural repair of roof sheathing could be included in the catch-all other. So, seems like we can include it in other. And if it's the law, according to the attorney, then it's the law.
I agree with that, and after that level of discussion around SSRAs, knowing that the Coastal Commission is going to have a robust discussion around a policy that their staff is going to recommend to potentially undermine the bigger fish with plywood when we have on the record our intention toward other.
We have a lot of other bigger.
I just want to, and I'll vote with consensus from there.
I looked at it from that same point of view, Tiger, but the opposite end of it. I looked at it like, come on, this is plywood we're talking about. Why are we arguing about this? And my question is, what is, since we've never gotten to this level, what is the implementation, the IP phase of this process with regard to this specific question? Does it get further defined, further refined? Is that another opportunity that there's going to be consternation over this? Because if it is, then I feel like we should nail it down now and just.
I mean, in terms of definitions, this is the definition that would be carried forward in the implementation plan. So to the extent that council has edits that they want to make to the SSM definition, then that this would be the time. But the implementation plan would carry that definition forward and use it in various policies that are being implemented.
But it wouldn't further define it in a different way.
No. I mean, whatever we put in the implementation policy or implementation policies needs to be consistent with this definition.
Right. Guess what I'm asking is, does it need to be more specific or in some kind of way more fleshed out than it is here?
I mean, from my perspective, I think that the broadness of Romanet 5 is actually beneficial to the city. I mean, that again, the city has discretion to make that determination of what other non-structural roof materials include or encompass, and so, it's okay, go ahead, take it.
Okay.
So that's, I think that really is, it's better to leave it more broad than start adding lists of things to make it more narrow.
Okay.
And one final point, I do believe legally that if we start adding more specificity, that will eliminate our ability to have more general discretion. There's a statutory construction principle.
Are we all fine with that?
When you leave interpretation general, that gives more discretion to the governing body to determine what the intent was. When you start adding more specificity, we lose that discretion because the specificity is now in that definition. So I would recommend keeping it general if we are trying to retain our discretion.
Okay. I think everyone is fine with that. I'm going to do something unusual. I came onto this council, I went to, my whole thing was to build a seawall. And in order to build a seawall, we need a local coastal update program. And I'm going to make the motion.
Okay, but we're not there yet. I've got some other questions that, and I don't know if we wanted to talk about the water district policy too, but I'll leave that up to you.
Well, it's up to everybody else.
I'm comfortable with you making the motion. I think that if those amongst us wish to inquire more about various policies, I think that we should have those discussions because I think that we each represent unique perspectives.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
I'm
I
okay
won't
with
make
that.
the motion.
Don't make the motion.
You will, but not yet.
Thank you. Okay,
You want me to go?
Okay.
go.
Okay. So I mean, I listed these at the beginning of the meeting. So packet page 315. Again, this is because I've tried to read it all fresh again, and so there's a few things I noticed.
Did you say 315?
315, right, there's a table at the top, regional parks and beaches in the coastal zone. And so it lists all of our beaches in the second section, and it says Rockaway Beach is privately owned. And I just wanted to clarify that, because I didn't think the southern part of Rockaway Beach was privately owned. I don't know that the northern part is either. That's a good question.
Thank you for raising that point. I don't have a definitive answer to that, but that is something that we would clean up administratively following approval, because if that is in fact incorrect, then we would be able to fix that administratively.
That's a
But
city
thank you for
Oh.
pointing that out, because we will double check on that.
Unless they're talking about the quarry. Because
But the quarry is not the beach. But also, I mean, if you just look at that section, so it actually describes the different beaches, and it doesn't describe Rockaway at all. So it just seems like something missing.
it should be there.
Because I think that's a really important one that we need to protect.
Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you for pointing that out. We will double check and we will clarify that
Okay.
administratively.
The way the acreage is written on there is a little funky too.
Yeah. And it
Equal
shouldn't-
5?
And equal 5 doesn't belong.
I know. It's weird.
It's either that or an emoji I've never seen before.
Oh, no, it says Rockaway Beach on page 318.
18. Oh, yeah, it does. The north end of the beach connects the south end of the beach. Okay, yeah. Okay, so the text is there, just,
So the text is there. It adequately describes the beach and makes it clear it's not the quarry.
Okay.
The question for staff is to please
Yes.
straighten out what's going on with the owner designation on packet page 315. Right?
That's our parking lot.
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's good. Good catch. Good.
Um, And then packet page 345.
345?
Uh-huh. So this is PRI 74.
Right.
And I made a comment that the language was confusing, and then in our answers to council questions, there was actually suggested change language, so I thought staff might want to talk about that.
Chapter 12, verse 1 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, we can clarify that language. I think the suggested was, yeah, I got it. It can read, incorporate conditions of approval for development projects to require adoption of transportation demand management measures for a project as authorized by a congestion management program. And then the rest stays the same. I think that's an administrative cleanup to make it clear.
Okay.
Can do that.
And striking that phrase that is written in the.
Yeah, the one striking
Yes.
out that the congestion management program threshold for impacts to the congestion management transportation network.
Yeah, that's word salad. Okay. Does that, so you said that you like that. Okay, good.
Yeah, that's fine. No, the text in here didn't really make sense the way it was written to me, so. Okay, and then, yeah, this is something, so packet page 406, this is something we talked about at length at our last meeting, and sorry, this is the NHG2. Get to that page. Actually, we talked about it at the, August 12th meeting. And I think this was raised, some of this was raised by Richard Harris, who's still with us.
Amazingly, yes, there he is.
So, again, so this talks about development in hazardous areas, site and design development in 100-year floodplains and tsunami hazard zones to minimize hazards risk without the need for armoring. So, again, the point was made that this seems to conflict with, what is it, CRI 20, I think, that siting and design is not required in tsunami hazard areas, inundation, or so, and I went back to the minutes, and the city attorney, and I'm sorry, I don't remember which one of you, suggested adding language to say other coastal hazards except for tsunamis, but that it needed to be discussed with the Coastal Commission. So I don't know if that discussion happened.
We did, I think we did talk about that with, I don't know if it was specific to this policy. It was a different policy.
But it's not in there. Who wrote this answer? Ms. Kumar? Did you write the answer to Councilmember Bowles' question on this issue? It's
Oh, no, I wrote that.
What packet page was that again?
406?
406. So what you said here.
Yeah, well, the answer that was given was that NHI 30 was clarified to replace evacuation with inundation, but that's not really the point of my question.
Talking about something different. So her
Yeah.
question is on NHG2, right?
Right, and how it relates to CRI 20.
Right. So as I sit here today, I don't recall having discussed any revisions to this particular policy other than what's stated in the document on package page 406. But we can certainly look at the video. It's just that I don't have any information on
Yeah,
what was discussed.
I went back and read the minutes, and that's what it said, that, again, the attorney suggested language to say other coastal hazards except for tsunamis, but it needed to be discussed with the Coastal Commission. So I think maybe it just got dropped, but I think that's important because it does appear to be a conflict between policies.
So your concern is that this NHG2 could be inconsistent with the citing, what is it, CRI 8?
CRI 20, which does not apply in tsunami areas.
CRI 20? It's citing and.
CRI 20 is on packet page.
448.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm sorry, what was it?
448.
448, thank you.
CRI-20.
Where it says 2044,
Yes.
but we have to strike 44.
Cable 12. Watch that channel. Star Trek. Well,
I mean, so one thing to just point out is that these policies address different issues. So one is citing and designing for natural hazards, floodplain, I mean, it's in the natural hazards chapter. It's for citing and designing for development in floodplains and tsunami hazard zones, right? But CRI 20 is talking about citing and designing for projects in the coastal, in shoreline, it's in the policies for shoreline development standards. So new shoreline development standards. So I think there is a difference in where they're located and what they're meant to address because of their locations.
I'm sorry, I don't follow that at all. So if you can.
Yeah, I'll explain it again. So you have to, when you look at these policies, you can't just pull them out of the air and take them out of context, is my point. You have to look at the policies in the chapters that they're in and consider the context in which they are set forth. Mm-hmm. So for policy NHG2, development in hazardous areas, it's talking about citing and designing for natural hazards, floodplains, and tsunami hazard zones, and provides a guiding policy to that effect. Whereas CRI 20 is in the section for new shoreline development standard policies, and CRI 20 is one of the implementing policies that discusses citing and designing specific to development in coastal vulnerability zones. So in my mind, they're just different policies. It's not that they're inconsistent, it's just that they're different. They're addressing different issues.
In different zones.
Right.
But, okay, but CRI 20, talks about development in coastal vulnerability zones, and we've clarified that that does not include tsunami zones. Stephanie confirmed that multiple times at previous meetings.
That's
Right? Oh, right? So basically what we were told is that siting and design wasn't important in tsunami zones, and that's why the Coastal Commission didn't include tsunami zones in this. But then this other policy is talking about siting and design being important in tsunami zones.
Tsunami hazard zones.
Only with relation to natural hazards, not new development.
It says development in hazardous areas. new development, development, all the same thing, right?
But legally, these two provisions are not inconsistent because they are dealing with two different subjects.
What are the two subjects they are dealing with?
One is natural hazards that are related to,
No, one is development and hazardous
Wait,
area.
let her,
and the other is new shoreline development.
Not shoreline, it's new development anywhere in a vulnerability zone.
Well, okay, it's,
I mean, they're both talking about new development, or any development.
well, but the way you read it, you have to read it in the context of the chapter with which it's written. So what we're telling
I'm doing
you
that.
legally, there's not an inconsistency from a legal perspective. If the council would like to, from a policy perspective, make these consistent, that is a different issue, but they are not legally inconsistent.
Okay, let's say someone in Fairway Park who's in a tsunami inundation zone is reading this policy. How does that not apply to them?
So let's back up. What do you think is inconsistent about the two policies? Like, why would you think that there would be an
The
inconsistency?
second one specifically says siting and design is not, you do not need to consider siting and design in tsunami areas. CRI 20, we went over that in great detail. And this seems to say the opposite to me.
But it doesn't exclude that. It doesn't say it is only required to minimize hazard risk without the need for armoring. It's just saying that site and design development in 100-year floodplains and tsunami hazard zones to minimize hazard risk without the need for armoring. It is a policy similar to the policies that we have in our general plan that relate in general but are not specific. What you see in new shoreline development standards are policies in CRI 20 in siting and design that is specific to development in coastal vulnerability zones. They must be sited and designed and set back from the bluff top and or shoreline to be safe from erosion. So it is focusing on different concerns and vulnerabilities, for lack of a better word, than what is being discussed in NHG2, which is more general in talking about site and design development in 100-year floodplains and tsunami zones to minimize hazard risk. That is the goal. So when we are interpreting that, there's a very, it is much more general in terms of how we are going to interpret if that particular site and design is minimizing hazard risk without the need for armoring. It's a general concept, and it is going to be up to the council at the time who is interpreting this to determine whether or not that particular development that is being developed in a 100-year floodplain or tsunami zone, floodplain and tsunami hazard zone, are they minimizing hazard risk without the need for armoring?
City Attorney, are you suggesting that the difference is that NH-D-2 isn't necessarily confined to the coastal vulnerability zone, and while CR-I-20 specifically applies to the coastal vulnerability zone, NH-D-2 could conceive of a circumstance in which your tsunami hazard zone is outside of your coastal vulnerability zone?
I don't know that for sure in terms of whether or not that exists, but that would be a way to interpret this. I mean, policy NHG2 is much more general. You'll see in the limited language that they have there versus the more specificity that you see in CR20, going back to our earlier language, because of the specific language, more detail included in CRI 20, the ability to interpret that is somewhat more limited because it is a more specific policy. So it is different, and it is not intended to be interpreted the same as NHG2.
I think if I'm understanding you properly, as a layperson, it's really hard for me to fathom that the tsunami hazard zone referred to in NHG2 is outside of the coastal vulnerability zone. And while I think I follow you, that's kind of where my brain gets hung up a little bit, because it strikes me as counterintuitive, even though I think I'm understanding a circumstance under which what's generally true is not necessarily specifically true.
So I think he's just saying it could be in the coastal vulnerability zone, but I don't see any inconsistency. I mean, I think they're saying.
Due to the fact that we still have to talk about North Coast County Water, I would move to extend the meeting to 12:30.
I will second.
Please vote.
The motion to extend the meeting to 12:30 made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Councilmember Big Stick. The vote passes unanimously.
I'm just going back and rereading the notes that I wrote. I mean, I don't understand what you're saying, but I'll take your word for it in terms of it not needing to say that in an HG2, and I'm sure Richard will tell us if he disagrees. The notes that I actually wrote from the minutes talk about the city attorney adding the language, not to NHG2, but to CRI 20 to say other coastal hazards except for tsunamis. And this actually went back also to, I think, the definition of coastal vulnerability zones, which also mentions tsunamis.
Wasn't that a part of the discussion around tsunami inundation versus tsunami evacuation? And the idea was we were trying to make tsunami inundation consistent across the document by excising the terminology of evacuation.
And vulnerability.
But tsunami inundation or evacuation shouldn't apply in CRI 20. Anyway, maybe you should just go back and look at the minutes, because it did say that you were going to add this language. And anyway, it's just something that I noticed that hadn't been done.
Well, so the definition of coastal vulnerability zone excludes tsunami inundation and evacuation zones.
Okay. Okay, maybe that was something that was added later. Or maybe it's coastal hazards zone?
So, to go back to the issue of whether or not CRI 20 would conflict with NHG2, I mean, so coastal vulnerability definition would not include the tsunami evacuation or inundation zone, so probably not that tsunami hazard zone either.
Okay, it's the definition of coastal hazards that includes tsunami.
Right.
Which policy NHG2, I believe,
would apply then.
In policy G2, that would apply.
Okay.
Hazard zones.
So there is,
Deals specifically with.
so there is some siting that still needs to be looked at in tsunami zones.
Yeah, so the definition of coastal hazards definitely includes tsunami.
Okay. Whatever, I can let it go. We'll see what we hear from the public. And then my last one was on page 434, CRI 9. 434. So there's language in the table on page 801 for CRI 9. No, I take that back. Wait. 31 and 32. Never mind, I retract that statement. Feel free to move on to the water district.
North Coast County Water.
I'm sorry, we're moving on to the water district.
So North Coast County Water? Mary?
Yes. I'm just looking at my notes.
Oh, okay. Well, while you're looking at your notes, let me just say
Yeah.
that I was really pleased with the way that, as echoing what Tiger said earlier, the way that our conversation went with North County Water staff and how quickly our staff was able to set up a meeting with Coastal to bring those points forward and get them incorporated. And I appreciate that extra effort because it was clearly important to them. And, you know, fresh water and fire protection is clearly important to all of us. So I think it's a good thing that we made those modifications. And I think the concern that they had about number 5, that Coastal did not recommend, was the same issue that we were going around and around about existing development. And that's why they proposed that. Their worry is that somehow, if it's water infrastructure that's newer than 1977, it wouldn't be able to be protected or, you know, have an emergency, whatever, repair to it or something like that. So I'm just putting that out because I think what the city manager said earlier covers it, that, you know, if they had an emergency, they would need to go directly to the Coastal Commission for permitting themselves. But it's really about this issue of newer than 1977. I think they're afraid that if it's not codified in some kind of policy, it's going to be, they have to move their infrastructure. And the particular one they were focused on in thinking it through was the pipe they just replaced or just moved in the SFRV park from the shoreline, you know, where all the erosion's happening, in, but that's clearly, they just did it. So it's closer to the road, to Palmetto. So that's, you know, it, on the one hand, it's less vulnerable because it's way in.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm just putting that out, is that's where that was coming from. And
Okay.
their concern about newer than 1977. Pre-coastal infrastructure, they're not worried about. So what is your response to that?
What, and there's something about the temporary
Right.
structure, right? The temporary
Right, it
protection.
could be something that's permitted faster than a whole.
Which is what you
long-term
said
permit.
earlier, Kevin, they would have to go and get the permitting directly themselves. Although, is that only if it's on the shoreline, or that's in general? Well, in that example, that is the first road after the coast.
Right, so I think it seems to me the analog here is like, you know, emergency revetment protecting 400 Esplanade and protecting the infrastructure there. And then we have to follow up with a full project. And so it's really, when I read this policy, unless I'm missing something or didn't understand what you were just saying, it's that if they are seeing risk to their infrastructure, they can apply for an emergency CDP with the Coastal Commission to protect that. And then this policy in itself, like normally what Coastal Commission would do is say, okay, now you need a full coastal development permit, and in doing that, you're going to need to evaluate all of these alternatives and, relocating the infrastructure versus, permanent protection or what have you. That's a normal course for coastal and CDPs.
Right.
And they would require that, and that's basically what this says, the last line, as a CDP condition, a long-term adaptation plan that identifies relocation options shall be required. So, and I think the gist of what coastal staff was saying was, this is already covered in other, processes and other policies in the LCLUP, so it's not necessary.
Well, and to just put a period on that, in our discussions, we spoke about this issue first, right? Point 5. After we went back and forth with the Coastal Commission and they wouldn't agree with putting this language in, this is when we came up with the concept of defining their facilities as critical infrastructure and critical facilities. Okay. Because what we were saying and why we believe that they do have the same protections as we have is because their facilities, their infrastructure will be protected in the same way as ours will be. And what the Coastal Commission had concerns with, and when we explained that to them, they were said, well, yes, that would be fine. And their concern with this language is that it went beyond what we had put in the rest of the document with regard to protections for critical infrastructure. And so in our minds, we were thinking, well, since the focus of this for the water district was critical infrastructure and facilities, they will have the same protection as the city with regard to our critical infrastructure and our critical facilities. And what the Coastal Commission said, if you want this in addition, then you realize that you would actually be giving the water district more protection than you would receive for your own infrastructure facilities and infrastructure, which, that wouldn't make sense either. Mm-hmm. So the compromise was we would get all the same protections for the district as well as the city by just including both in the definition of critical facilities and critical infrastructure.
And they still go through that process of evaluating the least impactful final project. You get the emergency permit to take care of right now, but for the longer permanent fix, they have to go through the process of identifying what all the different, and as would we, what all the different alternatives are. Okay.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Do you have any questions about that?
I really appreciate the comments that the Water District made when they were at the podium regarding maintaining this partnership into the implementation planning stage.
For sure.
And making sure that we are more intentionally aligned going into that process. So.
And I did have a conversation with Ms. Carr during the break, and I spoke to her specifically about this issue. And she thanked me for explaining that to her. So from my perspective, I think, at least Ms. Carr, I did not speak to any board members, but at least Ms. Carr understands the intent. And I did explain to her what I've explained to you earlier, which is because of this interpretation, because your city attorney is telling you on the record, this is the intent, this becomes the intent. This is part of the record. This is the legislative history for this document. So in 5 years, in 10 years, where I may not be here, or, some council members may not be here, and, memory could be gone, that legislative history will be part of the record.
Got it.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I appreciate them too, because we met on a Tuesday or a Wednesday and asked that they bring in the questions by Friday, which they did because we were meeting with Coastal on Monday. So it all worked out quite well and timely. And we did both stress that we were glad to work together.
Yeah.
It was really important.
Okay, we got to keep that tradition for
We
Jack.
definitely do, yes.
100%.
That's right.
Okay, I still have one more thing.
Okay.
I had an opportunity during one of the breaks to read some language that was given to us just this evening in regard back to that thing we spent so much time talking about earlier, bullet point 5. And I want to take a look at that, and from my point of view, when I read the proposed language, it cemented what I was trying to articulate earlier that I couldn't get the words out properly.
Back at page 449.
Thank you,
Thank you.
because I lost the page already.
449.
So, do you have that thing?
It's a continuation from 448.
So it's adding a little bit of words to that one. Just to clarify. Blah, 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 the property. Okay. So adding at the end of bullet point 5, not intended hereby, is waiver of rights to shoreline protection from protection structures existing at the time of an application to which applicant has rights under Coastal Act 30235. I see your face. It's saying to me, yeah, they're not going to like that.
Well, all I can tell you is I don't know why they believe that this language is inconsistent with the Coastal Act, but they do. They think that this language, which was in the Del Norte policy, was specific to Del Norte. And I don't know why. I don't know the particular facts associated with Del Norte's SSRAs. But what they have said to us, that the edits that they made to the Del Norte policy, including this deletion, we did not delete it, they deleted it, is because it's necessary to tailor this policy, along with everything else in the SSRAs, to Pacifica's particular situation. Do I understand? No. So, the question for the council is, my guess is that Coastal Commission staff will not recommend certification of our LCLUP with this language in it. They've already said that they believe that it's inconsistent with the Coastal Act. Fine. We could put this in and make our, make our case to the Coastal Commission.
Mm-hmm.
But, there's a risk that they may not certify it. And best case scenario, they would just delete it and say, this is the one we would certify, and send it back, say either yay or nay to this version.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best case. Worst case, they may just remand it back and say, we don't like this, come up with a revised version, and they'll just give us reasons why they can't accept that version. I don't know what they would do, but I do know that Coastal Commission staff will not recommend certification in this form or fashion. Now, if that is the only difference that we have from Coastal Commission staff's recommended version, maybe they won't recommend denial of the LCLUP based on that. I don't know. All I can tell you is I understand why the council wants to put that back in there. I think it does make sense. What I can't tell you is how the Coastal Commission will react to that. I can tell you that the Coastal Commission staff has said it is inconsistent with the Coastal Act.
Which I can't understand, because it says right here, to which the applicant has rights under Coastal Act 30235. I think what's at issue is that the way bullet point 5 is written takes away those rights. And that's what is a concern, because it takes them away unnecessarily. If it's pre-coastal development, pre-coastal act development, why should those rights be waived? And according to 30235, they shouldn't be. But yet, they're rewriting the Coastal Act with this particular language that they say is only pertinent to Pacifica. Is it because we have so much pre-coastal development? I mean, maybe we do. Maybe we have more pre-coastal act development on our coastline than other cities, and they don't want it.
So here's an option, and I would love to take credit for it, but Ms. Pisano just whispered it in my ear, so I'm going to take credit for it. And that is that the council could direct staff to approve a version with the LCLP with this language in it, but condition that version of the LCLP on staff having a discussion with Coastal Commission about including this, because frankly, I didn't challenge them on that. I did not, push back at all. So maybe this is an error by Coastal Commission staff. Maybe it's an oversight. Because I agree that it sounds reasonable to me to have this language in there. It is a right, it's pre-Coastal Act, so they should have this right. If Coastal Commission staff agrees with it, we would just include that because that would be part of your motion. And then if it's not, we could exclude it if that is part of your motion, or your motion may be, yes, go ahead and discuss with Coastal Commission staff. Perhaps they'll agree, but even if they don't, we still want you to submit an LCLUP that contains this additional Coastal Act language. And that's a policy discussion for the 5 of you.
Yes, but we are still building consensus before a motion is made.
Yes. Well, that's just why I brought it forward, after spending all that time earlier tonight.
I personally like Assistant City Attorney Bazzano's creative solution, and so I would advocate for it. And I see 2 other nods, so that's consensus.
Can you just state exactly what you were proposing to add?
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
It's in bullet point 5 on page 449, right? So where the sentence ends with the word property, semicolon, then add not, so it is, the words not intended hereby is waiver of rights to shoreline protection from protection structures existing at the time of an application to which an applicant has rights under Coastal Act 30235. It differentiates that 1977 pre-Coastal Act person from the later ones.
So I'm okay putting that in. My only question is, you're specifically saying existing shoreline protection, and my understanding is that part of the Coastal Act also allows new shoreline protection for pre-77 homes. Right, so.
Oh, so you're saying any structures?
I mean, if you want to be consistent, but.
Or maybe what if you don't say anything about structures and you just say to which applicant has rights under Coastal Act 30235?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's safer.
I think that's better.
I do too.
Okay.
And I think that's more likely that the Coastal Commission staff would agree with that.
Right. I mean, it's in the Coastal Act, for God's sake.
Right.
Do you have that? Okay. Do you have that?
Are we done with the question?
Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer, can you just read what your last suggestion was there?
Yes. Not
Partial language.
intended hereby is waiver of rights to shoreline protection
To which applicant has rights under the Coastal Act, section 30235.
correct.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be that coastal would prefer the existing at the time of application, so not new protection.
But that's the point of 30235 is
Right.
it could be new protection. If they're pre-coastal act, conceivably it could be. It's a very small amount or number probably of properties we're talking about. But the concern with bullet point 5 is waiving rights that you have a right to. Why? Because they want you to, obviously.
I would like to have Ms. Bizzano read what 30235 actually says.
Okay.
Okay. 30235, the Public Resource Code says, revetments, breakwaters, groins, harbor channels, seawalls, cliff retaining walls, and other such construction that alters natural shoreline processes shall be permitted when required to serve coastal dependent uses or to protect existing structures or public beaches in danger from erosion, and when designed to eliminate or mitigate adverse impacts on local shoreline sand supply. Existing marine structures causing water stagnation, contributing to pollution problems, and fish kills should be phased out or upgraded where feasible. That's what 30235 says.
So, let me look up. I think that's, the first part of that is pertains. What is 30253?
Revetments, breakwaters.
That's 2035. 302, she wants you to read 20235.
53?
3553. 30253.
New development shall do all the following: minimize risks to life and property in areas of high geologic flood and fire hazard, assure stability and structural integrity, and neither create nor contribute significantly to erosion, geologic instability, or destruction of the site or surrounding area, or in any way require the construction of protective devices that would substantially alter natural landforms along bluffs and cliffs, be consistent with requirements imposed by an air pollution control district or the State Air Resources Board as to each particular development, minimize energy consumption and vehicle miles traveled, where appropriate, protect special communities and neighborhoods that, because of their unique characteristics, are popular visitor destination points for recreational uses.
That's not what I'm looking for. I want the piece of language that says you're entitled to protection if your property is pre-coastal.
Yes. Which one?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, shall be permitted. So 30235 is on packet page 467.
Thank you. Packet page 467.
So it does not appear that 30235 or 302.
Your microphone, Michelle.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
So it does not appear that 30235 or 30253 really relate to the issue that this commenter, Mr. Harris, was trying to resolve.
Right.
And in speaking with Ms. Bizzano, we can't find a provision that specifically deals with that issue because we have, existing structure doesn't have a definitive definition. So that concept of development pre-existing 1977 comes from interpretation.
It's not in the code?
No, I think the pre-77 list is not in the code, but it's in Coastal Commission guidance policy. Right.
Coastal Act.
But, I mean, this 30235 does say, shall be permitted to protect existing structures. I mean, the whole point is the definition of existing structures is being challenged, but the Coastal Commission is not challenging the pre-77, right? So, I mean, I think you could claim this and that's enough, but.
Because existing structures, and it's all a question of existing as of when. So that's the interpretation, that's what. So that's the only piece of language that is in the act that specifically relates to existing structures, meaning.
And given given the tough discussions that we've already had with the Coastal Commission on what is an existing structure, I am unfortunately, and I should have read that before I offered that compromise. I don't think the Coastal Commission will accept this change. I don't think there's any likelihood that they would accept that. So
In essence, are we essentially waiting for Casa Mira to be seen through before then we can incorporate what might be appropriate vis-a-vis the conclusion of that?
Right.
Okay.
So then, when you were asking about that earlier, I did have a question on that, is if we approve this LCLUP absent that, how likely is it that they're going to give that back to us? Do you see my point?
Well,
if we've already said, yeah, make them waive all the rights, and then Casa Mira settles and we come back and go, no, don't make them all waive their rights anymore. How does that process work, specifically with Coastal Commission?
well, I think it would be dealt with in a different way. It wouldn't be dealt with through this policy, right? It would be dealt, if that decision really changes the definition of development, existing development, the implications of that would be much broader than just this policy. So it's not just this policy that would be impacted. And so I think through a trickle-down effect, there would be much bigger policies that would be impacted. This would sort of be incorporated into all of those
amendments in a few different places.
Right.
And this, and this, and this.
My guess is that depending upon how that ruling came down, there would be a number of amendments that we would be including or revisions in any proposed amendment to the council.
Okay.
And this would just be one of many.
Okay, then we won't put it in because the language doesn't support what I wanted. Boo.
Questions?
I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
I'm done.
Done? I'm ready. Proposed action, receive a presentation from staff and confirm alternate modifications to the revised certification draft LCLUP and approve the resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica certifying that the revised certification draft local coastal land use plan.
As amended tonight.
LCLUP, I have more to read, and then I was going to say that. With alternate modifications, directing the city manager to transmit the revised certification draft LCLUP with alternate modifications to the Coastal Commission, California Coastal Commission, for certification and finding that approval of the revised certification draft LCLUP with alternative modifications is exempt from CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, adding.
So that last phrase needs to be before you talk about CEQA. So it should be alternative modifications to the California Coastal Commission for certification as amended.
As amended this evening.
Correct.
And finding.
and finding that approval of the revised certification, alternate modification, is exempt from CEQA. And is there a second?
I will second.
And can I say something before we vote?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I just want to make it clear that I'm voting yes to push it through to Coastal Commission because I truly believe that the Coastal Commission has our best interest at heart. I truly believe that the Coastal Commission has the best interest for our coastline and for our people. And so, but I'm not going to know that if I don't hear back from them. So I feel like, so that's why I'm going to vote yes. And also, I'm just really looking forward to moving forward to the Coastal Adaptation and Access Program, looking at like coastal resiliency plans and nature-based solutions moving forward.
I am too.
Amen.
And I thank everyone for all the questions because all the questions are important. Okay, there was a second. Can we vote?
Please vote.
May we vote?
We may.
Yes.
I know we
And
can.
with the motion made by Mayor Vaterlas and seconded by Councilmember Big Stick, the vote passes 4 in favor, 1 opposed, no vote by Councilmember Bowles.
Thank you all. It was a long, arduous process.
Thank you, everyone.
And Mary wants to honor.
Yeah, I like to adjourn the meeting in honor of my friend Mark Simpson, who passed away a couple weeks ago. He was a lifelong Pacifican, and he had the biggest, brightest heart and soul of any man I've ever known. And he had a really rough go of things. He was living in his van for a long time out on Pedro Point, and then he got housed. He was able to get into an apartment through the Resource Center, so thank you, Resource Center. But it just wasn't enough. And so he didn't make it, and he is, like my friends like to call him, is a legend. So that's all.
He is, and I've had my own friendship with him for upwards of 20 years, or at least strong acquaintanceship, and I've seen his very real struggles over a very long time. But despite any struggles, there was always so much love that was pouring out from him and trying to figure out the best ways to express, even when it was difficult for him to express that love to himself in certain ways sometimes.
Thanks, Tiger. Yeah, he was beautiful.
Yeah, he was. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Adjourned.
Wow, you didn't even really whack it that hard.